Hello. Tonight, we begin with the most fascinating fairy tale. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. The Ice Maiden. Let us visit Switzerland. Let us take a look at that magnificent land of mountains, where the forests creep up the sides of the steep rocky walls. Let us climb to the dazzling snowfields above, and descend again to the green valleys below, where the rivers and streams rush along as if afraid they will be too late to reach the ocean and disappear. The burning rays of the sun shine in the deep dales, and also on the heavy masses of snow above, so that the ice blocks, which have been billing for years, melt and turn to thundering avalanches or heaped up glaciers. Two such glaciers lie in the broad ravines under the Schreckhorn and the Wetterhorn, near the little mountain town of Grindelwald. They are strange to look at, and for that reason, in summertime, many travelers come here from all parts of the world. They cross the lofty, snow-capped hills, and they come through the deep valleys. Then they have to climb for several hours, and as they ascend, the valleys seem to become deeper and deeper until they look as if they are being viewed from a balloon. Often the clouds hang around the towering peaks like thick curtains of smoke, while down in the valley, dotted with brown wooden houses, a ray of the sun may be shining brightly, throwing into sharp relief a brilliant patch of green until it seems transparent. The water foams and roars and rushes along below, but up above the water, murmurs and tinkles. It looks as if silver ribbons were streaming down over the rocks. On both sides of the ascending road are wooden houses. Each house has its little potato garden. And this is a real necessity, for within those doors are many hungry mouths. There are many children, and children are often wasteful with food. From all the cottages, they swarm out and besiege travelers, whether these be on foot or in carriages. All the children are little merchants. They offer for sale charming toy wooden houses, replicas of those that are built here in the mountains. Some 20 years ago, there often stood here, but always somewhat apart from the other children, a little boy who was also eager to do some business. He would stand there with an earnest, grave expression, holding his chip box tightly with both hands, as if afraid of losing it. But it was this seriousness and the fact that he was so small that caused him to be noticed and called forward, so that he often sold more than all the others. He didn't exactly know why himself. His grandfather, lived high up on the mountain, where he carved out the neat, pretty little houses. In a room up there, he had an old chest full of all sorts of carved things: nutcrackers, knives, forks, boxes with cleverly carved scrollwork, and leaping chamois, everything that would please a child's eye. But little Rudy, as he was called, gazed with greater interest and longing at the old gun that hung under the beams of the roof. "He shall have it someday," his grandfather had said, "but not until he's big and strong enough to use it." Small as the boy was, he took care of the goats. If knowing how to climb along with the goats meant that he was a good goat herd, then Rudy certainly was an excellent goat herd. He could even go higher than the goats, for he loved to search for birds' nests high up in the tops of the trees. He was bold and daring. No one ever saw him smile, except when he stood near the roaring waterfall or heard the rolling of an avalanche. He never played with the other children. In fact, he never went near them, except when his grandfather sent him down to sell the things he had carved. And Rudy didn't care much for that. He would much rather climb about in the mountains or sit home with his grandfather and hear him tell stories of ancient times and of the people at nearby Meiringen, where he was born. This race, he said, had not always lived there. They were wanderers from other lands. They had come from the far north, where their people still lived, and were called Swedes. This was a good deal for Rudy to learn, but he learned still more from other teachers, the animals that lived in the house. There was a big dog, a Jola, which had belonged to Rudy's father, and there was a tomcat. Rudy had much to thank the tomcat for. The cat had taught him to climb. "Come on out on the roof with me," the cat had said one day, very distinctly and intelligibly too. For to a little child who can hardly speak, the language of hens and ducks, cats and dogs is almost as easily understood as that of fathers and mothers. But you must be very young indeed then. Those are the days when Grandpa's stick neighs and turns into a horse with head, legs, and tail. Some children keep these thoughts longer than others, and people say that these are exceedingly backward and remain children too long. But people say so much. "Come on out on the roof with me, little Rudy," was one of the first things the cat said, and Rudy could understand him. It's all imagination to think you'll fall. You won't fall unless you're afraid. Come on. Put one of your paws here and another there, and then feel your way with your forepaws. Use your eyes and be very active in your limbs. If there's a hole, jump over it the way I do. And that's what little Rudy did. Very often, he sat on the sloping roof of the house with the cat, and often in the tops of the trees, and even high up among the towering rocks, where the cat never went. Higher, higher, the trees and bushes said. "Can't you see how we climb, how high we go, and how tightly we hold on, even on the narrowest ledge of rock?" And often Rudy reached the top of the hill, even before the sun. There he took his morning draught of fresh, strengthening mountain air, that drink which only our Lord can prepare, and which human beings call the early fragrance from the mountain herbs and the wild thyme and mint in the valley. Everything that is heavy in the air is absorbed by the overhanging clouds and carried by the winds over the pine woods, while the essence of fragrance becomes light and fresh air. And this was Rudy's morning draught. Sunbeams, daughters of the sun, who bring his blessings with them, kissed his cheeks. Dizziness stood nearby watching, but dared not approach him. The swallows from his grandfather's house below, there were at least 7 nests, flew up toward him and the goats, singing, "We and you, and you and we." They brought greetings from his home, even from the 2 hens, who were the only birds in the house. However, Rudy had never been very intimate with them. Young as he was, he had traveled, and quite a good deal for such a little fellow. He was born in Canton Valais, and brought from there over the hills. He had recently traveled on foot to the nearby Staubach, that seems to flutter like a silver veil before the snow-clad, glittering white Jungfrau. And he had been to the great glaciers near Grindelwald, but there was a sad story connected with that trip. His mother had met her death there, and it was there, as his grandfather used to say, that little Rudy had lost all his childish happiness. When he was less than a year old, he laughed more than he cried, as his mother had written. But from the time he fell into the crevasse, his whole nature had changed. His grandfather didn't talk about this very much, but it was known all over the mountain. Rudy's father had been a coach driver, and the big dog that now shared the boy's home had always gone with him on his journeys over the Simplon down to Lake Geneva. Rudy's relatives on his father's side lived in the Rhone Valley in Canton Valais, where his uncle was a celebrated chamois hunter and a famous alpine guide. Rudy was only a year old when he lost his father, and his mother decided to return with the child to her own family in the Berner Oberland. Her father lived a few hours' journey from Grindelwald. He was a wood carver, and his trade enabled him to live comfortably. With her infant in her arms, she set out toward home in June, accompanied by 2 chamois hunters over the Gemmi toward Grindelwald. They had made the greater part of the journey, had climbed the highest ridges to the snowfields, and could already see her native valley with the familiar scattered cottages. They now had only to cross the upper part of one great glacier. The newly fallen snow concealed a crevasse, not deep enough to reach the abyss below, where the water rushed along, but deeper than a man's height. As she was carrying her child, the young woman suddenly slipped, sank down, and instantly disappeared. Not a shriek or groan was heard, only the wailing of a little child. It was over an hour before her two companions could obtain ropes and poles from the nearest house to pull her out. And after tremendous labor, they brought from the crevasse what they thought were two dead bodies. Every means of restoring life was tried, and at last they managed to save the child, but not the mother. Thus, the old grandfather received in his house not a daughter, but a daughter's son, the little one who laughed more than he cried. But a change seemed to have come over him since his terrible experience in the glacier crevasse, that cold, strange ice world where the Swiss peasant believes the souls of the damned are imprisoned till doomsday. The glacier lies like a rushing stream, frozen and pressed into blocks of green crystal, one huge mass of ice balanced on another. The swelling stream of ice and snow tears along in the depths beneath, while within it yawn deep hollows, immense crevasses. It is a wondrous palace of crystal, and in it dwells the Ice Maiden, queen of the glaciers. She, the slayer, the crusher, is half the mighty ruler of the rivers, half a child of the air. Thus it is that she can soar to the loftiest haunts of the chamois, to the towering summits of the snow-covered hills, where the boldest mountaineer has to cut footrests for himself in the ice. She sails on a light pine twig over the foaming river below, and leaps lightly from one rock to another, with her long, snow-white hair fluttering about her, and her blue-green robe glistening like the water in the deep Swiss lakes. To crush, to hold fast, that is my power, she says. And yet a beautiful boy was snatched from me, one whom I had kissed, but not yet kissed to death. He is again among human beings. He tends his goats on the mountain peaks. He is always climbing higher, and still higher, far, far from other humans, but never from me. He is mine. I will fetch him. So she commanded Dizziness to undertake the mission. It was in the summertime, and too hot for the Ice Maiden in the valley, where the green mint grew. So Dizziness mounted and dived. Now Dizziness has a flock of sisters. First one came, then 3 of them, and the Ice Maiden selected the strongest of those who wield their power indoors and out. They perch on the banisters of steep staircases and the guard rails of lofty towers. They run like squirrels along the mountain ridges, and leaping away from them, tread the air as a swimmer treads water, luring a victim onward to the abyss beneath. Dizziness and the Ice Maiden both reach out for mankind, as the polypus reaches after whatever comes near it. The mission of dizziness was to seize Rudy. "Seize him, you say?" said dizziness. "I can't do it. That wretched cat has taught him its skill. That human child has a power within himself that keeps me away. I can't touch the little fellow when he hangs from branches out over the abyss, or I'd be glad to tickle his feet and send him flying down through the air. I can't do it." "We can seize him," said the Ice Maiden. "Either you or I. I will. I will." "No, no." A whisper, a song, broke upon the air like the echo of church bells pealing. It was the harmonious tones of a chorus of other spirits of nature, the mild, soft, and loving daughters of the rays of the sun. Every evening, they encircle the mountain peaks and spread their rosy wings, which, as the sun sinks, become redder and redder until the lofty Alps seem blazing. Mountaineers call this the alpine glow. When the sun has set, they retire into the white snow on the peaks and sleep there until they appear again at sunrise. Greatly do they love flowers and butterflies and mankind, and they had taken a great fancy to little Rudy. "You shall not catch him. You shall not have him," they sang. "I have caught greater and stronger ones than he," said the Ice Maiden. Then the daughters of the sun sang of the traveler whose cap was torn from his head by the whirlwind and carried away in stormy flight. The wind had power to take his cap, but not the man himself. "You can seize him, but you cannot hold him, you children of strength. The human race is stronger and more divine even than we are. They alone can mount higher than our mother, the sun. They know the magic words that can compel the wind and waves to obey and serve them. Once the heavy, dragging weight of the body is loosened, it soars upward." Thus sounded the glorious bell-like chorus, and every morning the sun's rays shone on the sleeping child through the one tiny window of the old man's house. The daughters of the sun kissed the boy. They tried to thaw, to wipe out the ice kiss given him by the queen of the glaciers, when, in his dead mother's arms, he lay in the deep ice crevasse from which he had only been rescued as if by a miracle. The journey to the new home. Now Rudy was 8 years old. His uncle, who lived in the Rhone Valley on the other side of the mountain, wanted to take the boy so that he could have a better education and be taught to take care of himself. The grandfather thought this would be better for the boy, so agreed to part with him. As the time for Rudy's departure drew near, there were many others besides grandfather to take leave of. First, there was Ajola, the old dog. "Your father was the coachman, and I was the coachman's dog," said Ajola. We often traveled back and forth, and I know both dogs and men on the other side of the mountains. I never had the habit of speaking very much, but now that we have so little time to talk to each other, I'll say a little more than I usually do, and tell you a story that I've been thinking about for a long time. I can't understand it, and you can't either, but that doesn't matter. I have learned this. The good things of this world aren't dealt out equally, either to dogs or to men. Not everyone is born to lie in someone's lap or to drink milk. I've never been accustomed to such luxury, but I've often seen a puppy dog traveling inside a post carriage, taking up a human being's seat, while the lady to whom he belonged, or rather who belonged to him, carried a bottle of milk from which she fed him. She also offered him sweet candy, but he wouldn't bother to eat it. He just sniffed at it, so she ate it herself. I was running in the mud beside the carriage, about as hungry as a dog could be, but I had only my own bitter thoughts to chew on. Things weren't quite as they ought to be, but then there is much that is not. I hope you get to ride inside carriages and ride softly, but you can't make all that happen by yourself. I never could, either by barking or yawning. That was Ajola's lecture, and Rudy threw his arms around the dog's neck and kissed his wet nose. Then he took the cat in his arms, but he struggled to be free and cried, "You're getting much too strong for me, but I won't use my claws against you. Climb away over the mountains. I've taught you how to climb. Never think about falling, but hold tightly. Don't be afraid, and you'll be safe enough." Then the cat ran off, for he didn't want Rudy to see how sorry he was. The hens were hopping about the floor. One of them had lost its tail, for a traveler, who thought himself a sportsman, had shot it off, mistaking the poor hen for a game bird. "Rudy is going over the mountains," said one of the hens. "He's in a hurry," said the other. "And I don't like farewells." So they both hopped away, and the goats also said their farewells. "Ma, ma," they bleated. It sounded so sad. Just at that time, there happened to be two experienced guides about to cross the mountains. They planned to descend the other side of the Gemi, and Rudy would go with them on foot. It was a hard trip for such a little fellow, but he had considerable strength and was untiring and courageous. The swallows accompanied him a little way and sang to him, "We and you, and you and we." The traveler's route led across the foaming Lutschina, which falls in many small rivulets from the dark clefts of the Grindelwald glaciers. Fallen tree trunks made bridges, and pieces of rock served here as stepping stones. Soon they had passed the alder thicket and began to climb the mountain near where the glaciers had loosened themselves from the cliff. They went around the glacier and over the blocks of ice. Rudy crept and walked. His eyes sparkled with joy as he firmly placed his iron-tipped mountain shoes. It seemed as if he wished to leave behind him an impression of each footstep. The patches of black earth tossed onto the glacier by the mountain torrents gave it a burned look. But still, the blue-green, glassy ice shone through. They had to circle the little pools that seemed dammed up by detached masses of ice. On this route, they approached a huge stone which was balanced on the edge of an ice crevasse. Suddenly, the rock lost its balance and toppled into the crevasse. The echo of its thunderous fall resounded faintly from the deep abyss of the glacier, far, far below. Upward, always upward, they climbed. The glacier stretched up like a solid stream of masses of ice held in wild confusion, wedged between bare and rugged rocks. For a moment, Rudy remembered what had been told him, how he had lain in his mother's arms, buried in one of these terrible crevasses. But he soon threw off such gloomy thoughts and considered the tale as only one of the many stories he had heard. Occasionally, when the guides thought the way was too difficult for such a little boy, they held out their hands to help him. But he didn't tire, and he crossed the glacier as sure-footedly as a chamois itself. From time to time, they reached rocky ground. They walked between mossless stones, and sometimes between low pine trees, or out on the green pastures, always changing, always new. About them towered the lofty, snow-capped peaks, which every child in the country knows by name: the Jungfrau, the Eiger, and the Munch. Rudy had never before been up so high, had never before walked on the wide ocean of snow with its frozen billows of ice, from which the wind occasionally swept little clouds of powdery snow as it sweeps the white caps from the waves of the sea. Glacier stretched beside glacier, almost as if they were holding hands. And each is a crystal palace of the Ice Maiden, whose joy and in whose power it is to seize and imprison her victims. The sun shone warmly, and the snow dazzled the eye as if it were covered with the flashing sparks of pale blue diamonds. Countless insects, especially butterflies and bees, lay dead in heaps on the snow. They had winged their way too high, or perhaps the wind had carried them up to the cold regions that to them meant death. Around the Wetterhorn there hung a threatening cloud, like a large mass of very fine, dark wool. It sank, bulging with what was concealed within. A Foahan, the alpine south wind that foretells a storm, fearfully violent in its power when it should break loose. This whole journey, the stops for the nights high up in the mountains, the wild route, the deep crevasses where the water, during countless ages of time, had cut through the solid stone, made an unforgettable impression on little Rudy's mind. A deserted stone hut beyond the snowfields gave them shelter and comfort for the night. Here they found charcoal and pine branches, and a fire was soon kindled. Sleeping quarters were arranged as well as possible, and the men settled near the blazing fire. They smoked their tobacco and drank some of the warm, spiced beverage they had prepared. And they didn't forget to give Rudy some. The talk turned to the mysterious creatures who haunt the high Alps. The huge, strange snakes in the deep lakes, the night riders, the spectral host that carry sleepers through the air to the wonderful, floating city of Venice, the wild herdsman who drives his black sheep over the green pastures. These had never been seen, although men had heard the sound of their bells and the frightful noise of the phantom herd. Rudy listened to these superstitious tales with intense interest, but with no fear, for that he had never known. Yet while he listened, he imagined he could hear the roar of that wild, spectral herd. Yes, it became more and more distinct until the men heard it too. They stopped their talking and listened to it, and then they told Rudy that he must not fall asleep. It was a foe that had risen, that violent tempest which whirls down from the mountains into the valley below, and in its fury snaps large trees like reeds, and tosses the wooden houses from one bank of a river to the other, as easily as we would move chessmen. After an hour, they told Rudy the wind had died down, and he might go to sleep safely. And weary from his long walk, he followed their instructions and slept. Early next morning, they set off again. That day, the sun shone for Rudy on new mountains, new glaciers, and new snowfields. They had entered Canton Valley on the other side of the ridge of mountains visible from Grindelwald. But they still had a long way to go to his new home. More mountain clefts, pastures, woods, and new paths unfolded themselves. Then Rudy saw other houses and other people. But what kind of human beings were these? They were misshapen, with frightful, disgusting, fat, yellowish faces, the hideous flesh of their necks hanging down like bags. They were the Cretans, miserable, diseased wretches who dragged themselves along and stared with stupid, dead eyes at the strangers who crossed their path. The women were even more disgusting than the men. Were these the sort of people who lived in his new home? The uncle. When Rudy arrived in his uncle's house, he thanked God to see people such as he was accustomed to. There was only one Cretan, a poor, imbecile boy, one of those unfortunate beings who, in their poverty, which amounts to utter destitution, always travel about in Canton Valley, visiting different families in turn and staying a month or two in each house. Poor Saperli happened to be living in the house of Rudy's uncle when the boy arrived. This uncle was a bold hunter and a cooper by trade, while his wife was a lively little person with a face somewhat like a bird's, eyes like an eagle's, and a long, skinny, fuzz-covered neck. Everything was strange and new to Rudy. Dress, custom, employment, even the language, though his young ear would soon learn to understand that. A comparison between his grandfather's little home and his uncle's domicile greatly favored the latter. The room they lived in was larger. The walls were decorated with chamois heads and brightly polished guns. A painting of the Virgin Mary hung over the door, with fresh alpine roses and a constantly burning lamp before it. As you have learned, his uncle was one of the most famous chamois hunters of the canton, and also the most experienced and best guide. Rudy became the pet of the house, but there was another pet too, a blind, lazy old dog of not much use anymore. But he had been useful once, and his value in former years was remembered, so he now lived as one of the family, with every comfort. Rudy patted him, but the dog didn't like strangers and still considered Rudy one. But the boy did not long remain so, for soon he won his way into everyone's heart. "Things are not so bad here in Canton Valais," said his uncle. "We have plenty of chamois. They don't die off as fast as the wild goats. Things are much better now than in the old days, however much we praise the olden times. A hole has been burst in the bag, so now we have a little fresh air in our cramped valley. When you do away with out-of-date things, you always get something better," he said. When the uncle became really talkative, he would tell the boy about his own and his father's childhood. In those days, Valais was, he called it, just a closed bag full of too many sick people, miserable cretins. But the French soldiers came, and they made excellent doctors. They soon killed the disease, and the patients too. They knew how to strike. Yes, to strike in many different ways. Even their girls knew how to strike. Then he winked at his wife, who was French by birth, and laughed. The French knew how to split solid stones if they wanted to. It was they who cut out of solid rock the road over the Simplon Pass. Yes, and made such a road that I could tell a 3-year-old child to go to Italy. You just have to keep on the highway, and there you are. Then the uncle sang a French song and ended by shouting, "Hurrah!" for Napoleon Bonaparte. It was the first time Rudy had ever heard of France or of Lyons, that great city on the Rhone which his uncle had visited. In a few years, Rudy would become an expert chamois hunter, for he showed quite a flair for it, said the uncle. He taught the boy to hold, load, and fire a gun. In the hunting season, he took him up into the hills and made him drink war chamois blood to ward off Hunter's giddiness. He taught him to know the times when on different slopes of the mountains, avalanches were likely to fall, in the morning or evening, whenever the sun's rays had the greatest effect. He taught him to observe the movements of the chamois and copy their leaps, so that he might light firmly on his feet. He told him that if there was no footing in the rock crevices, he must support himself by the pressure of his elbows and the muscles of his thighs and calves. If necessary, even the neck could be used. The chamois is cunning and places sentinels on guard, so the hunter must be still more cunning and scent them out. Sometimes he could cheat them by arranging his hat and coat on his alpine staff, so that the chamois would mistake the dummy for the man. The uncle played this trick one day when he was out hunting with Rudy. It was a narrow mountain path, indeed, scarcely a path at all. It was nothing more than a slight ledge close to the yawning abyss. The snow there was half thawed, and the rock crumbled away under the pressure of a boot, so that Uncle lay down at full length and inched his way forward. Every fragment of rock that crumbled off fell, knocking and bouncing from one side of the wall to the other, until it came to rest in the depths far below. Rudy stood on the edge of the last point of solid rock, about 100 paces behind his uncle. And from there, he suddenly saw, wheeling through the air and hovering just above his uncle, an enormous vulture, which, with one stroke of its tremendous wings, could easily have hurled the creeping form into the abyss beneath, and there feed on his carcass. The uncle had eyes for nothing but the chamois, which had appeared with its young kid on the other side of the crevasse. But Rudy kept watching the bird, with his hand on his gun to fire the instant it became necessary, for he understood its intention. Suddenly, the chamois leaped upward. The uncle fired, and the animal was hit by the deadly bullet. But the kid escaped as skillfully as if it had had a lifelong experience of danger and flight. The huge bird, frightened by the report, wheeled off in another direction, and the uncle was saved from a danger of which he knew nothing until Rudy told him about it later. As they were making their way homeward in high good humor, the uncle humming an air he remembered from his childhood, they heard a strange noise very close to them. They looked all around, and then upward. And there, on the slope of the mountain, high above, the heavy snow covering was lifted up and heaving as a stretched linen sheet heaves when the wind creeps under it. Then the great mass cracked like a marble slab, broke, and changed into a foaming cataract, rushing down on them with a rumbling noise like distant thunder. An avalanche was coming, not directly toward Rudy and his uncle, but close to them, much too close. "Hang on, Rudy," he cried. "Hang on with all your might." Rudy threw his arms around the trunk of a nearby tree, while his uncle climbed higher and clung to the branches of the tree. The avalanche roared past a little distance away, but the gale of wind that swept behind it, the tail of a hurricane, snapped trees and bushes all around them as if they had been dry rushes, and hurled them about in wild confusion. Rudy was flung to the ground, for the trunk of his tree looked as if it had been sawed in two, and the upper part was tossed a great distance. And there, among the shattered branches, Rudy found his poor uncle with a fractured skull. His hands were still warm, but his face was unrecognizable. Rudy turned pale and trembled, for this was the first real shock of his life, the first terror he had ever experienced. Late that evening, he brought the fatal news to his home, which was now to be the home of grief. The wife stood like a statue, uttering no word, shedding no tear. It was not until the corpse was brought home that her sorrow found utterance. The poor Cretan crept into his bed and was not seen throughout the whole next day. But the following evening, he came to Rudy. "Write a letter for me, please," he said. "Saperli can't write. Saperli can only take letter to post office." "A letter for you?" Rudy asked. "To whom?" "To our Lord Christ." "What do you mean?" And the half-wit, as he was called, looked at Rudy with a touching expression, clasped his hands, and said solemnly and reverently, "Jesus Christ, Saperli would send him a letter to pray him that Saperli lie dead, and not the master of the house here." And Rudy pressed his hand. That letter wouldn't reach up there. That letter wouldn't restore him to us. He found it very difficult to convince Saperli how impossible his request was. "Now you must be the support of the house," said his aunt. And Rudy became just that. Babette. Who is the best hunter in Canton Valais? The chamois knew well. "Beware of Rudy," they might have said to each other. And who is the handsomest hunter? "Oh, it's Rudy," the girls said. But they didn't add, "Beware of Rudy." And their serious mothers didn't say so either, for he bowed as politely to them as to the young girls. He was so brave and happy. His cheeks were so brown, his teeth so white, his dark eyes so sparkling. He was a handsome fellow, just 20 years old. The most icy water never seemed too cold for him to go swimming. In fact, he was like a fish in water. He could outclimb anyone else. He could cling as tightly as a snail to the cliffs. There were steel muscles and sinews in him. That was clear whenever he jumped. He had learned how to leap, first from the cat, and later from the chamois. Rudy was considered the best mountain guide, and he could have made a great deal of money in that vocation. His uncle had also taught him the trade of a cooper, but he had no inclination for that. He was interested in nothing but chamois hunting. That was his greatest pleasure, and it also brought in good money. Everybody said Rudy would be an excellent match, if only he didn't set his sights too high. He was the kind of graceful dancer that the girls dreamed about, and more than one carried him in her thoughts while she was awake. He kissed me while we were dancing, the schoolmaster's daughter, Annette, told her dearest friend. But she shouldn't have told it, even to her dearest friend. Such secrets are seldom kept. They ooze out, like sand from a prey that has holes in it. Consequently, however well-behaved and good Rudy was, the rumor soon spread about that he kissed his dancing partners. And yet, he had never kissed the one he really wanted to kiss. "Watch him," said an old hunter. "He has kissed Annette. He has begun with A, and he's going to kiss his way through the whole alphabet." A kiss in the dance was all the gossips so far could find to bring against Rudy. But he certainly had kissed Annette, and yet she wasn't the real flower of his heart. Down at Beck's, among the great walnut trees near a small, rushing mountain stream, there lived a rich miller. His home was a large house, 3 stories high, with small turrets. It was made of wood and covered with tin plates, which shone both in sunshine and moonlight. On the highest turret was a weather vane, a shining arrow piercing an apple, an allusion to Wilhelm Tell's famous arrow shot. The mill was prominent and prosperous-looking, and allowed itself to be sketched and written about. But the miller's daughter did not permit herself to be described in painting or writing. At least, so Rudy would have said. Yet her image was engraved on his heart. Her eyes sparkled in it, so that it was quite on fire. This fire had, like most fires, begun suddenly. The strangest part of it was that the miller's daughter, the lovely Babette, had no suspicion of it, for she and Rudy had never spoken so much as 2 words to each other. The miller was rich, and because of his wealth, Babette was rather high to hope for. But nothing is so high, Rudy told himself, that one may not reach it. You must climb on, and if you have confidence, you won't fall. This was how he had been taught as a child. Now it so happened that Rudy had some business in Beck's. It was quite a journey, for in those days there was no railroad. From the Rhone glaciers, at the very foot of the Simplon, the broad valley of Canton Valais stretches among many and often shifting mountain peaks, with its mighty Rhone River, whose rising waters often overflow its banks, covering fields and roads, destroying everything. Between the towns of Sion and Saint Maurice, the valley bends sharply like an elbow, and below Saint Maurice it narrows until there is room only for the bed of the river and the narrow carriage road. Canton Valley ends here, and an old tower stands on the side of the mountain, like the guardian of the canton, commanding a view across the stone bridge to the custom house on the other side, where Canton Vaud commences. And the closest of the nearby towns is Bex. Fruitfulness and abundance increase here with every step forward. One enters, so to speak, a grove of chestnut and walnut trees. Here and there, cypresses and pomegranates peep out. It is as warm here as if one were in Italy. Rudy reached Bex, and after finishing his business, he took a walk about town. But he saw no one belonging to the mill, not even Babette. And that wasn't what he wanted. Evening came on. The air was heavy with the fragrance of the wild thyme and the blossoming lime trees. A shining veil of sky blue seemed to lie over the wooded green hills, and a stillness was everywhere. It was not the stillness of sleep or of death. No, it was as if nature were holding here breath, as of posing for her image to be photographed on the blue surface of the heavens above. Here and there, among the trees in the green field, stood poles that carried the telegraph wires through the silent valley. Against one of them, there leaned an object, so motionless that it might have been the dead trunk of a tree. It was Rudy, standing there as still as the world around him at that moment. He wasn't sleeping, nor was he dead, but just as great events of the world, or matters of the highest importance to individuals, often are transmitted through the telegraph wires, without those wires, betraying them by the slightest movement or the faintest sound. So there passed through Rudy's mind the one mighty, overwhelming thought that now constantly occupied him, the thought of his life's happiness. His eyes were fixed on a single point before him, a light that glimmered through the foliage from the parlor of the miller's house, where Babette lived. Rudy stood as still as if he were taking aim at a chamois. But at that moment, he was like the chamois itself, which could stand as if chiseled from rock. And in the next instant, if only a stone rolled past, would spring into life and leave the hunter far behind. And so it was with Rudy, for a thought passed through his mind. "Never give up," he said. "Visit the mill. Say good evening to the miller, and good day to Babette. You won't fall unless you're afraid of falling. If I'm going to be Babette's husband, she'll have to see me sooner or later." Then Rudy laughed, and in good spirits, he went to the mill. He knew what he wanted. He wanted Babette. The river, with its yellowish-white water, was rolling along, overhung with willows and lime trees. Rudy went along the path, and, as the old nursery rhyme says, found to the miller's house his way. But no one was at home, except a pussy cat at play. The cat, which was standing on the steps, arched its back and mewed. But Rudy was not inclined to pay my attention to it. He knocked at the door, but no one heard him. No one opened the door. "Meow," said the cat. If Rudy had still been a little boy, he would have understood the cat's language and known that it said, "No one is home." But now he had to go over to the mill to find out. And there he was told that the miller had gone on a long journey to Interlaken. Interlacus, among the lakes, as the highly learned schoolmaster, Annette's father, had explained the name. There was going to be a great shooting match held there, to begin the next morning and last for 8 days. The Swiss from all the German cantons were assembling there, and the miller and Babette had gone too. Poor Rudy, we may well say. It wasn't a lucky time for him to have come to Beck's. He could only go home again, which he did, taking the road over St. Maurice and Sion to his own valley, his own mountains. But he wasn't disheartened. The next morning, when the sun rose, he was in good spirits, for they had never been really depressed. Babette is in Interlaken, a good many days' journey from here, he said to himself. It's a long way if you follow the highway, but not so far if you cut across the mountain. And that's the best way for a chamois hunter. I've traveled that route before. Over there is my first home, where I lived with my grandfather when I was a little boy. And there are shooting matches at Interlaken. I'll show I'm the best one there. And I'll be with Babette there too, after I've made her acquaintance. With his musket and game bag, and his light knapsack packed with his Sunday best, Rudy went up the mountain. It was the shortest way, though still fairly long, but the shooting matches would only begin that day and were to last more than a week. During all that time, he had been told, the miller and Babette would be staying with their relatives at Interlaken. So Rudy crossed the Gemmi. He planned to descend near Grindelwald. Happily and in good health, he walked along, enjoying the fresh, pure, invigorating mountain air. The valley sank below him. The horizon widened, showing here one snow-capped summit, there another, until the whole of the bright, shining alpine range was visible. Rudy well knew every snow-covered mountain peak. He was now approaching the Schreckhorn, which pointed its white, powdered stone finger high toward the blue vault above. At last, he had crossed the highest mountain ridge. Now, The pasture lands sloped down to the valley that was his old home. The air was light, and his thoughts were light. Mountain and valley were blooming with flowers and foliage, and his heart was blooming with the bright dreams of youth. He felt as if old age and death would never approach him. Life, power, and enjoyment would be before him always. Free as a bird, light as a bird, was Rudy. And as the swallows flew past him, they sang, as in the days of his childhood, "We are, and you, and you, and we." Everything was light and happy. Down below lay the green velvet meadows, dotted with brown wooden houses, and the river Lutschein murmured and rolled along. He could see the glacier, with its edges like green glass bordering the dirty snow, and looking down into the deep crevasses, he saw both the upper and lower glacier. The pealing of the church bells came to his ears, as if they were welcoming him to his old home. His heart beat faster, and so many old memories filled his mind that for a moment he almost forgot Babette. He was again passing along the same road where, as a little boy, he had stood with the other children to sell the carved wooden toy houses. His grandfather's house still stood over above the pine trees, but strangers lived there now. As in the olden days, the children came running to sell their wares. One of them offered him an alpine rose, and Rudy took it as a good omen, thinking of Babette. Soon he came to the bridge where the two Lutscheinas unite. Here the foliage was heavier, and the walnut trees gave grateful shade. Then he could make out waving flags, the white cross on the red ground, the standard of Switzerland as of Denmark, and before him lay Interlaken. To Rudy, it certainly seemed like a wonderful town, a Swiss town in its Sunday dress. Unlike other market towns, it was not a heap of heavy stone buildings, stiff, cold, foreign-looking. No, it looked as if the wooden chalets from the hills above had moved down into the green valley below, with its clear stream rushing swiftly as an arrow, and had ranged themselves in rows, somewhat unevenly, to be sure, to form a street. And most beautiful of all, the streets, which had been built since Rudy had last been there as a child, seemed to be made up of all the prettiest wooden houses his grandfather had carved, and that had filled the cupboard at home. They seemed to have transplanted themselves down here, and to have grown very much in size, as the old chestnut trees had done. Every house was a so-called hotel, with carved wooden grillwork around the windows and balconies, and with projecting roofs. They were very neat and dainty. Between each house and the wide, hard-surfaced highway was a flower garden. Near these houses, though on only one side of the road, there stood other houses. If they had formed a double row, they would have cut off from view the fresh green meadows where cattle grazed, their bells jingling as in the high alpine pastures. The valley was surrounded by high mountains, with a little break on one side that revealed the glittering, snow-white Jungfrau, in form the most beautiful of all the Swiss mountains. What a multitude of gaily dressed ladies and gentlemen from foreign countries. What crowds of country people from the nearby cantons. The marksmen carried the number of their posts in a garland round their hats. There were shouting and racket and music of all kinds, from singing to hand organs and wind instruments. The houses and bridges were decorated with flags and verses. Banners waved, and shot after shot was being fired. To Rudy's ears, that was the best music. In all this excitement, he almost forgot Babette, though it was for her sake alone that he had gone there. The marksmen were crowding around the targets. Rudy quickly joined them, and he was the best shot of them all, for he always made a bullseye. "Who's that strange fellow, that very young marksman?" people asked. "He speaks the French of Canton Valais, but he can also express himself fluently in our German," said some. "He is supposed to have lived in the valley near Grindelwald when he was a child," someone explained. The lad was full of life. His eyes sparkled. His aim and his arm were steady, so his shots were always perfect. Good luck brings courage, and Rudy always had courage. Soon, a whole circle of admirers was around him. They showed him their esteem and honored him. Babette had almost disappeared from his thoughts, but suddenly a heavy hand was laid on his shoulder, and a deep voice spoke to him in French. "You're from Canton Valais?" Rudy turned and saw a fat man with a jolly face. It was the rich miller from Beck's, his broad body hiding the slender, lovely Babette. However, she soon came forward, her dark eyes sparkling brightly. The rich miller was very proud that it was a marksman from his own canton who proved to be the best shot, and was so much admired and praised. Rudy was truly the child of good fortune. That which he had traveled so far to find, but had nearly forgotten since his arrival, now sought him out. When in a far land one meets people from his own part of the country, it is easy to make friends, and people speak as if they were well acquainted. Rudy was the foremost at the shooting matches, as the miller was foremost at Beck's, because of his money and his fine mill. So, though they had never met before, the two men shook hands warmly. Babette, too, gave the young man her hand frankly, and he pressed it and gazed at her in such a way that it made her blush. The miller spoke of the long trip they had made and of the many large towns they had seen. It had been quite a journey, for they had traveled partly by railroad and partly by post. "I came the shorter way," said Rudy. "I came over the mountains. There's no road so high that you can't try it." "But you can also break your neck," said the miller, "and you look as if you probably will break your neck someday. You're so daring." "One never falls so long as one doesn't think of it," said Rudy. The miller's relatives at Interlaken, with whom he and Babette were staying, invited Rudy to visit them, since he came from the same canton as their kinfolk. It was a wonderful invitation for Rudy. Luck was running with him, as it always does with those who are self-reliant. And remember that our Lord gives nuts to us, but he does not crack them for us. And Rudy sat with the miller's relatives, almost like one of the family. They drank a toast in honor of the best marksman. Babette clinked glasses with Rudy too, and he in return thanked them for the toast. In the evening, the whole party walked on the lovely avenue, past the gay-looking hotels under the walnut trees, and there was such a large crowd that Rudy had to give Babette his arm. He explained to her how happy he was to have met people from Canton Vaud, for Vaud and Valais were good neighbors. He expressed himself so cordially about this that Babette could not keep from squeezing his hand. As they walked there, they seemed almost like old friends, and she was such a lively, pretty little person. Rudy was greatly amused at her remarks about the absurd affectations in the dress of some of the foreign ladies and the airs they put on. But she really didn't mean to make fun of them, because there must be some nice people among them. Yes, some sweet and lovely people, she was sure, for her godmother was a very superior English lady. 18 years before, when Babette was christened, that lady had lived in Bex and had given Babette the valuable brooch she was wearing. Her godmother had written her twice, and this year they were to have met her here at Interlaken, where she was bringing her daughters. They were old maids, almost 30, said Babette. She herself was just 18. Her pretty little mouth was not still for an instant, and everything she said appeared to Rudy to be of the greatest importance, and he in turn told her all he had to tell, how he had been to Bex, and how well he knew the mill, and how often he had seen her, though, of course, she had never noticed him. He told her he had been too disappointed for words when he found she and her father were far away. But still, it wasn't far enough to keep him from climbing the wall that made the road so long. Yes, he said all this, and a great deal more, too. He told her how fond he was of her, and how it was for her sake, and not because of the shooting matches, that he had come to Interlaken. Babette became very silent now. All this that he confided to her was almost too much to listen to. As they walked on, the sun set behind the mighty peaks, and the Jungfrau stood in all her glory, encircled by the dark green woods of the surrounding mountains. The big crowd stopped to gaze at it. Even Rudy and Babette enjoyed the magnificent scene. "Nowhere is it more beautiful than it is here," said Babette. "Nowhere," agreed Rudy, with his eyes fixed on Babette. "Tomorrow I must leave," he said a little later. "Come and visit us at Beck's," Babette whispered. "My father will be very pleased." On the way home. Oh, what a load Rudy had to carry the next day when he started his return home over the mountains. He had 2 handsome guns, 3 silver cups, and a silver coffee pot. This last would be useful when he set up his own home. But these valuable prizes were not the heaviest burden he had to bear. A still weightier load he had to carry. Or did it carry him? Across the high mountains. The weather was dismal, gloomy, and rainy. The clouds hung like a mourning veil over the mountain summits and shrouded the shining peaks. The last stroke of the axe had resounded from the woods, and down the side of the mountain rolled the great tree trunks. From the vast heights above, they looked like matchsticks, but were nevertheless as big as masts of ships. The Lutscheiner River murmured its monotonous song. The wind whistled, and the clouds sailed swiftly by. Suddenly, there appeared next to Rudy a young girl. He had not noticed her until she was quite near him. She also was planning to cross the mountain. Her eyes had a peculiar power that compelled one to look into them. They were so clear and deep, bottomless. "Do you have a sweetheart?" asked Rudy, whose thoughts were filled with love. "I have none," she laughed, but it seemed as if she were not speaking the truth. "Let us not take the long way around. Let us keep to the left. It is shorter. Yes, and easier to fall into some crevasse," said Rudy. "You ought to know the route better if you're going to be the guide." "I know the way very well," she said, "and I have my thoughts collected. Your thoughts are down there in the valley, but up here you should think of the Ice Maiden. People say she is not friendly to the human race. I'm not a bit afraid of her," said Rudy. "She couldn't keep me when I was a child, and she won't catch me now that I'm a grown-up man." Now it became very dark. First rain fell, then snow, and its whiteness was quite blinding. "Give me your hand, and I shall help you climb," said the girl, touching him with her icy fingers. "You help me?" said Rudy. "I don't yet need a woman's help in climbing." Then he walked on away from her quickly. The falling snow thickened about him like a curtain, The wind moaned, and behind him he could hear the girl laughing and singing. It sounded very strange. Surely it must be a specter in the service of the Ice Maiden. Rudy had heard of these things when, as a little boy, he had spent that night on the mountain during his trip across the mountains. The snow no longer fell so thickly, and the clouds lay far below him. He looked back, but there was no one to be seen. He could only hear laughing and jeering that did not seem to come from a human being. When at last he reached the highest part of the mountain, where the path led down into the Rhone Valley, he saw in the clear blue heaven, toward Chamonix, two glittering stars. They shone brightly, and he thought of Babette, of himself, and of his good fortune, and these thoughts made him warm. The visit to the mill. "What grand prizes you have brought home," said his old foster mother, and her strange, bird-like eyes sparkled as she twisted her thin, wrinkled neck even more strangely and faster than usual. "You carry good luck with you, Rudy. I must kiss you, my dear boy." Rudy allowed himself to be kissed, but one could read in his face that he did not enjoy this affectionate greeting. "How handsome you are, Rudy," said the old woman. "Oh, stop your flattery," Rudy laughed, but still the compliment pleased him. "I repeat it," said the old woman, "and fortune smiles on you." "Yes, I think you're right there," he said, thinking of Babette. Never before had he longed so for the deep valley. They must have come home by now, he told himself. It's more than 2 days past the day they intended to return. I must go to Beck's. So to Beck's he went, and the miller and his daughter were home. He was received in friendly fashion, and many messages of remembrance were given him from the family at Interlaken. Babette spoke very little. She had become quite silent, but her eyes spoke, and that was enough for Rudy. The miller, who usually had plenty to say, and was accustomed to making jokes and having them laughed at, for he was the rich miller, seemed to prefer listening to Rudy's adventures. Hearing him tell of the hardships and risks that the chamois hunters had to undergo on the mountain heights, how they had to crawl along the treacherous snowy cornices on the edges of cliffs, attached to the rocks only by the force of wind and weather, and cross the frail bridges cast by the snowstorms over deep ravines. Rudy looked very handsome, and his eyes flashed as he described the life of a hunter, the cunning of the chamois, and the wonderful leaps they made, the powerful fawn, and the rolling avalanche. He noticed that every new description held the miller's interest more and more, and that he was particularly fascinated by the youth's account of the vulture and the great royal eagle. Not far from there, in Canton Valais, there was an eagle's nest, built cleverly under a projecting platform of rock in the face of a cliff, and in it there was an eaglet, but it was impossible to get at it. A few days before, an Englishman had offered Rudy a whole handful of gold if he would bring him the eaglet alive. "But there is a limit to everything," said Rudy. "You can't get at that eaglet up there. It would be madness to try." As the wine flowed freely, and the conversation flowed just as freely, Rudy thought the evening was much too short, although it was past midnight when he left the miller's house after this, his first visit. For a little while, the lights shone through the windows and through the green branches of the trees, while out from the open skylight on the roof crept the parlor cat, and along the drainpipe the kitchen cat came to meet her. "Is there any news at the mill?" said the parlor cat. "There's some secret lovemaking in this house. The father doesn't know anything about it yet. Rudy and Babette have been stepping on each other's paws under the table all evening. They trod on me twice, but I didn't mew. That would have aroused suspicion." "Well, I would have mewed," said the kitchen cat. "What would go in the kitchen wouldn't do in the parlor," said the parlor cat. "I certainly would like to know what the miller will say when he hears about this engagement." Yes, what would the miller say? That Rudy also was most anxious to know. And he couldn't make himself wait very long before many days had passed, when the omnibus crossed the bridge between Cantons Valais and Vaud. Rudy sat in it, with his usual self-confidence and happy thoughts of the favorable answer he would hear that evening. And later that evening, when the omnibus was driving back along the same road, Rudy was sitting in it again, going home, while the parlor cat was running over to the mill with the news. "Look here, you kitchen fellow. The miller knows everything now. The affair has come to a fine end. Rudy came here towards evening, and he and Babette found a great deal to whisper about as they stood in the hallway outside the miller's room. I lay at their feet, but they had neither eyes nor thoughts for me. "I'll go straight to your father," said Rudy. "My proposal is perfectly honorable." "Do you want me to go with you?" said Babette. "To give you courage?" "I have enough courage," said Rudy. "But if you're with me, he'll have to be friendly, whether he likes it or not." So they went in. Rudy stepped hard on my tail. He's awfully clumsy. I mewed, but neither he nor Babette had any ears for me. They opened the door and went in together, and I too. I jumped up on the back of a chair, for I didn't know if Rudy would kick me. But it was the miller who kicked. And what a kick! Out of the door and back up to the mountains and the chamois. Rudy could take care of them, but not of our little Babette. "But what was said?" asked the kitchen cat. "Said? Oh, They said everything that people say when they're wooing. I love her and she loves me, and if there's milk in the can for one, there's milk in the can for two. But she's much above you, said the miller. She sits on heaps of grain, golden grain, as you know. You can't reach up to her. There's nothing so high that one can't reach it if one has the will to do it, said Rudy, for he is a determined fellow. But you said a little while ago that you couldn't reach the eaglet in its nest. Babette is still higher than that. I'll take them both, said Rudy. Yes, said the miller. I'll give her to you when you bring me the eaglet alive. Then he laughed until the tears stood in his eyes. But now, thank you for your visit, Rudy. Come again tomorrow. Then you'll find nobody home. Goodbye, Rudy. Then Babette said farewell too, as meekly as a little kitten that can't see its mother. A promise is a promise, and a man's a man, said Rudy. Don't cry, Babette. I'll bring the eaglet. I hope you break your neck, said the miller, and then we'll be spared your visits here. That's what I call kicking him out. Now Rudy's gone, and Babette just sits and cries. But the miller sings German songs he learned in his travels. I'm not going to worry myself about the matter. It wouldn't do any good. But it would look better if you pretended, said the kitchen cat. The eagle's nest. From the mountain path there sounded lively yodeling that meant good humor and gay courage. The yodeler was Rudy. He was going to see his friend Vesinand. You must help me, he said. We'll take Ragley with us. I have to capture the eaglet up there on the top of the cliff. Better try to capture the moon first. That would be about as easy a job, said Vesinand. I see you're in good spirits. Yes, I'm thinking about marrying. But now seriously, you must know how things stand with me. And soon, Vesinand and Ragley knew what Rudy wanted. You're a daring fellow, they said. But you won't make it. You'll break your neck. One doesn't fall, so long as one doesn't think of it, said Rudy. They set out about midnight with poles, ladders, and ropes. The road led through brushwood and over loose stones, up, always up, up, through the dark night. The water roared below, and the water trickled down from above. Damp clouds swept heavily along. At last, the hunters reached the edge of the precipice, where it was even darker, for the rock walls almost met, and the sky could only be seen through the narrow opening above. Close by was a deep abyss, with the hoarsely roaring water far beneath them. All three sat quite still. They had to await daybreak, for when the parent eagle flew out, they would have to shoot it if they were to have any hopes of capturing the young one. Rudy was as still as if he were a part of the rock on which he was sitting. He held his gun ready, His eyes were fixed steadily on the highest part of the cleft, where the eagle's nest was hidden under the projecting rock. The three hunters had a long time to wait, but at last they suddenly heard, high above them, a crashing, whirring sound, and the air was darkened by a huge object. Two guns took aim at the enormous eagle the moment it left the nest. A shot blazed out. For an instant, the outspread wings fluttered, and then the bird slowly began to sink. It seemed that with its tremendous size and wing spread, it would fill the whole chasm, and in its fall, drag the hunters down with it. The eagle disappeared in the abyss below. The hunters could hear the crashing of trees and bushes crush by the fall of the bird. And now, the Medtu began to get busy. 3 of the longest ladders were tied tightly together. They were supposed to reach the last stepping place on the margin of the abyss, but they did not reach far enough, and the perpendicular rock side was smooth as a brick wall, on up to where the nest was hidden under the highest projecting rock overhang. After some discussion, they agreed that the only thing to do was to tie 2 more ladders together, let them down into the chasm from above, and attach these to the 3 already raised. With immense difficulty, they dragged the 2 ladders up, binding them with ropes to the top. They were then let out over the rock and hung there, swaying in the air over the bottomless abyss. Rudy was already seated on the lowest rung. It was an icy cold morning, and the mist was rising heavily from the dark chasm below. Rudy was like a fly sitting on some bit of a straw that a bird, while building its nest, might have dropped on the edge of a tall factory chimney. But the insect could fly if the straw gave way, while Rudy could only break his neck. The wind howled about him, while far below in the abyss, the gushing water roared out from the melting glacier, the palace of the Ice Maiden. He then made the ladder swing to and fro, like the spider swings its body when it wants to catch anything in its slender thread. And when he, for the 4th time, touched the top of the ladders set up from below, he got a good hold on them and bound them together with sure and skillful hands, though they swayed as if they hung on worn-out hinges. The 5 long ladders, which now reached the nest, seemed like a swaying reed knocking against the perpendicular cliff, and now the most dangerous part of the job was to be done. For he had to climb as a cat climbs. But Rudy could do that, for a cat had taught him. He never noticed the presence of Dizziness, who floated in the air behind him and stretched forth her embracing arms toward him. At last, he reached the last step of the highest ladder, and then he found that he was still not high enough even to see into the nest. He would have to use his hands to raise himself up to it. He tried the lowest part of the thick, interwoven branches, forming the base of the nest, to learn if it was sufficiently strong. Then, having secured a firm hold on a heavy, strong branch, he swung himself up from the ladder until his head and chest were level with the nest. Then there swept over him a horrible stench of carrion, for putrefied lambs, chamois, and birds littered the nest. Dizziness, who had little power over him, blew the poisonous odor into his face to make him faint. While down below, on the dank, foaming waters of the yawning ravine, sat the Ice Maiden herself, with her long, pale green hair, staring at him with eyes as deadly as 2 gun barrels. "Now I will catch you." In a corner of the nest, Rudy could see the eaglet sitting, a big, powerful bird, even though it could not yet fly. Staring straight at it, Rudy somehow held on with one hand, while with the other he cast a noose around the bird. Thus, it was captured alive. Its legs were held by the tightened cord, and Rudy flung the noose over his shoulder so that the bird hung a good distance below him. Then he held on to a rope, flung out to help him, until his toes at last touched the highest rung of the ladder. "Hold tightly. Don't be afraid of falling, and you won't fall." That was his early training, and Rudy acted on it. He held tightly, climbed down, and believing he couldn't fall, he didn't fall. Then there arose loud and joyous yodeling. He stood safely on the firm, rocky ledge with his eaglet. What news the parlor cat had to tell. "Here's what you asked for," said Rudy, as he entered the miller's house at Beck's and placed a large basket on the floor. When he took the lid off, 2 yellow eyes, surrounded by dark rings, glared out. Eyes so flashing, so fierce, that they looked as though they would burn or blast anything they saw. The neck was red and downy. The short, strong beak opened to bite. "The eaglet!" cried the miller. Babette screamed and sprang back, but could not tear her eyes from Rudy and the eaglet. "Nothing frightens you," said the miller to Rudy. "And you always keep your word," said Rudy. "Everyone has his principles." "But how did it happen that you didn't break your neck?" asked the miller. "Because I held tightly," said Rudy. "And so I'm doing now, holding tightly to Babette." "Better wait till you get her," laughed the miller, and Babette knew that was a good sign. "Let's take the eaglet out of the basket. It's horrible to see its eyes glaring. How did you manage to capture it?" And Rudy had to describe his adventure. As he talked, the miller's eyes opened wider and wider. "With your courage and good luck, you could take care of 3 wives," said the miller. Thank you," cried Rudy. "But you won't get Babette just yet," said the miller, slapping the young hunter good-humoredly on the shoulder. "Do you know the latest news at the mill?" said the parlor cat to the kitchen cat. "Rudy has brought us the eaglet and takes Babette in exchange. They have actually kissed each other, and her father saw it. That's as good as an engagement." The old man didn't make any fuss at all. He kept his claws pulled in, took his afternoon nap, and left the two of them to sit and spoon. They have so much to tell each other that they won't have finished until Christmas. And they hadn't finished by Christmas either. The wind shook down the yellow leaves. The snow drifted up in the valleys as well as on the high mountains. The Ice Maiden sat in her stately palace, which grew larger during the winter. The cliffs were covered with sleet, and icicles, big and heavy as elephants, hung down. Where in summer the mountain streams poured down, there were now enormous masses of icy tapestry, fantastic garlands of crystal ice hung over the snow-covered pine trees. Over the deepest valleys, the Ice Maiden rode the howling wind. The carpet of snow spread down as far as Beck's, so she could go there and see Rudy in the house where he spent so much time with Babette. The wedding was to take place the following summer, and their ears often tingled, for their friends often talked about it. Then everything was sunny, and the most beautiful alpine rose bloomed. The lovely, laughing Babette was as charming as the early spring itself, the spring which makes all the birds sing of the summertime and weddings. "How those two do sit and drool over each other," said the parlor cat. "I'm tired of their mewing now." The Ice Maiden. Spring has unfolded her fresh green garlands of walnut and chestnut trees, which burst into bloom, especially in the country, extending from the bridge at St. Maurice to Lake Geneva and along the banks of the Rhone. With wild speed, the river rushes from its sources beneath the green glaciers. The Ice Palace, home of the Ice Maiden, from where she allows herself to be carried on the biting wind up to the highest fields of snow, there to recline on their drifting masses in the warm sunshine. Here she sat and gazed down into the deep valleys below, where she could see human beings busily bustling about, like ants on a sunlit stone. "Mental giants, the children of the sun call you," said the Ice Maiden. "You are only vermin. One rolling snowball, and your houses and villages are crushed, wiped out." Then she raised her proud head still higher and stared with death-threatening eyes about and below her. Then, from the valley, there arose a strange sound. It was the blasting of rocks, the labors of men, the building of roadbeds and tunnels for the coming of the railroad. "They work like moles," she said, "digging passages in the rocks, and therefore are heard these sounds like the reports of guns. If I move my palaces, the noise is stronger than the roar of thunder itself. Then, up from the valley, there arose thick smoke, moving forward like a fluttering veil, a waving plume, from the locomotive which on the new railway was drawing a train, carriage linked to carriage, looking like a winding serpent. It shot past with the speed of an arrow. They think they're the masters down there, these mental giants, said the Ice Maiden. But the powers of nature are still the real rulers. And she laughed and sang, and it made the valley tremble. It's an avalanche, the people down there said. But the children of the sun sang still more loudly of the power of mankind's thought. It commands all. It yokes the wide ocean, levels mountains, fills valleys. The power of thought makes mankind lord over the powers of nature. At that moment, a party of climbers crossed the snowfield where the Ice Maiden sat. They had roped themselves together to form one large body on the slippery ice near the deep abyss. "Vermin," she said, "you the lords of the powers of nature." And she turned from them and gazed scornfully into the deep valley where the railway train was rushing along. There they sit, those thoughts, but they are in the power of nature's force. I see every one of them. One sits alone like a king, others sit in a group, and half of them are asleep. And when the steam dragon stops, they climb out and go their way. Then the thoughts go out into the world. And she laughed. "There's another avalanche," said the people in the valley. "It won't reach us," said two who sat together in the train, two minds with but a single thought, as we say. They were Rudy and Babette, and the miller was going with them. "Like baggage," he said. "I'm along with them as sort of extra baggage." "There sit those two," said the Ice Maiden. "Many a chamois have I crushed. Millions of alpine flowers have I snapped and broken, leaving no root behind. I destroy them all. Thoughts. Mental giants, indeed." Again she laughed. "That's another avalanche," said those down in the valley. The godmother. At Montreux, one of the nearby towns, which with Clarens, Bernex, and Cran encircle the northeast shore of Lake Geneva, lived Babette's godmother, the high-born English lady. With her daughters and a young relative, they had been there only a short while, but the miller had already visited them, announced Babette's engagement, and told them about Rudy and the visit to Interlaken and the young eagle. In short, the whole story. It had pleased them greatly, and they felt very kindly toward Rudy and Babette, and even the miller himself. They insisted upon all three of them coming to Montreux, and that's why they went. Babette wanted to see her godmother, and her godmother wanted to see her. At the little village of Villeneuve, at the end of Lake Geneva, lay the steamboat, which, in a voyage of half an hour, went from there to Bernex, a little below Montreux. That coast has often been celebrated by poets in song and story. There, under the walnut trees, beside the deep blue-green lake, Byron sat and wrote his melodious verses about the prisoner in the dark mountain castle of Chillon. There, where Clarence is reflected amid weeping willows in the clear water, Rousseau wandered, dreaming of his Heloise. The Rhone River glides beneath the lofty, snow-capped hills of Savoy, and near its mouth, here there is a small island, so tiny that from the shore it looks as if it were a ship floating in the water. It is just a patch of rocky ground, which a century before a lady had walled around and covered with earth, where 3 acacia trees were planted, which now overshadowed the whole island. Babette was enchanted with this little spot. To her, it was the loveliest place to be seen on the whole trip. She said they ought to land there. They must land there. It would be so charming under those beautiful trees. But the steamer passed by and did not stop until it reached Vernex. The little party passed up among the white, sunlit walls that surrounded the vineyards before the little mountain town of Montreux, where the peasants' cottages are shaded by fig trees, and laurels and cypresses grow in the gardens. Halfway up the mountain was the hotel where the godmother lived. The meeting was very cordial. The godmother was a stout, pleasant-looking woman with a smiling, round face. As a child, she must certainly have resembled one of Raphael's cherubs. It was still an angel's head, but older, with silver white hair. The daughters were tall and slender, well-dressed and elegant-looking. The young cousin with them, who had enough golden hair and golden whiskers for 3 gentlemen, was dressed in white from head to foot, and promptly began to pay devoted attention to little Babette. Beautifully bound books and music and drawings were on the large table. The balcony door was open, and from the balcony there was a lovely view of the calm lake, so bright and clear that the villages, woods, and snow peaks of Savoy were reflected in it. Rudy, who was generally so lively and gay, found himself very ill at ease. He moved about as if he were walking on peas over a slippery floor. How slowly the time passed. It was like being in a treadmill. And now they had to go out for a walk. And that was just as tiresome. Rudy had to take 2 steps forward and 1 back to keep abreast of the others. They went down to Chillon, the gloomy old castle on the island, to look at dungeons and instruments of torture, rusty chains hanging from rocky walls, stone benches for those condemned to death, trap doors through which the doomed were hurled down onto iron spikes amid the surge. They called it a pleasure to look at these things. It was a dreadful place of execution, elevated by Byron's verse into the world of poetry, but to Rudy, still only a place of execution. He leaned out of one of the great windows and gazed down into the blue-green water and over to the lonely little island with the 3 acacias. How he longed to be there, free from the whole chattering party. But Babette was very happy. She had had a wonderful time, she said later, and the cousin she thought was perfect. Yes, perfectly flippant, said Rudy, and that was the first time he had ever said anything to her that did not please her. The Englishman had given her a little book as a souvenir of Chillon. It was Byron's poem, The Prisoner of Chillon, translated into French so that she could read it. The book may be all right, said Rudy, but the finely combed fellow who gave it to you didn't make a hit with me. He looks like a flour sack without any flour, said the miller, laughing at his own wit. Rudy laughed too, and said that he was exactly right. The cousin. When Rudy went to visit the mill a couple of days later, he found the young Englishman there. Babette had just set a plate of boiled trout before him, which she herself had decorated with parsley to make it look appetizing, no doubt. Rudy thought that was entirely unnecessary. What did he want there? What was his business? To be served and pampered by Babette? Rudy was jealous, and that pleased Babette. It amused her to see revealed all the feelings of his heart, the weak as well as the strong. Love was still an amusement to her, and she played with Rudy's heart. But it must be said that he was still the center of all her thoughts, the dearest and most cherished in the world. Still, the gloomier he looked, the more merrily she laughed at him with her eyes. She would even have kissed the blonde Englishman with the golden whiskers if it would have made Rudy rush out in a fury, for it would have shown her how much he loved her. This was not the fair nor the wise thing for little Babette to do. But she was only 19. She had no intention of being kind to Rudy. Still less did she think how her conduct would appear to the young Englishman, or how light and improper it was for the miller's modest, newly betrothed daughter. Where the road from Bex passes beneath the snow-clad peaks, which in the language of the country are called diablerets, the mill stood near a rushing, grayish-white mountain stream that looked as if it were covered with soapsuds. It wasn't that stream that turned the mill wheel, but a smaller one which came tumbling down the rocks on the other side of river. It ran through a reservoir dammed up by stones in the road beneath, and forced itself up with violence and speed into an enclosed wooden basin, formed by a wide dam across the rushing river, where it turned the large mill wheel. When the water had piled up behind the dam, it overflowed and made the path so wet and slippery that it was difficult for anyone who wanted to take this shortcut to the mill to do so without falling into the water. However, the young Englishman thought he would try it. Dressed in white, like a mill worker, he was climbing the path one evening, following the light that shone from Babette's window. He had never learned to climb, and so almost went head first into the stream, but escaped with wet arms and spattered trousers. Soaking wet and covered with mud, he arrived beneath Babette's window, climbed the old linden tree, and there began to make a noise like an owl, which was the only bird he could even try to imitate. Babette heard it and peeped out through the thin curtains. But when she saw the man in white and realized who he was, her little heart pounded with fright, but also with anger. Quickly, she put out her light, made sure the window was securely fastened, and then left him to his hooting and howling. How terrible it would be, she thought, if Rudy were now at the mill. But Rudy wasn't at the mill. No, it was much worse. He was standing right under the tree. Loud words were spoken, angry words. They might come to blows or even murder. Babette hurried to open her window and called down to Rudy to go away, adding that she couldn't let him stay there. "You won't let me stay here," he cried. "Then this is an appointment. You're expecting some good friend, someone you'd rather see than me. Shame on you, Babette." "You are very nasty," said Babette, and started to cry. "I hate you. Go away. Go away." "I haven't deserved anything like this," said Rudy, as he went away, his cheeks burning, his heart on fire. Babette threw herself on her bed and cried. "And you can think that of me, Rudy, of me who loves you so." She was angry, very angry, and that was good for her, for otherwise she would have been deeply hurt. As it was, she could fall asleep and enjoy youth's refreshing slumber. Evil powers. Rudy left Beck's and started homeward, following the mountain path with its cold, fresh air, and where the snow is deep and the Ice Maiden reigns. The trees with their thick foliage were so far below him that they looked like potato tops. The pines and bushes became smaller. The alpine roses were blanketed with snow, which lay in isolated patches, like linen put out to be bleached. A single blue gentian stood in his path, and he crushed it with the butt of his gun. Higher up, 2 chamois became visible, and Rudy's eyes sparkled as his thoughts turned into another course. But he wasn't near enough for a good shot. Still higher, he climbed, to where only a few blades of grass grew between the rocks. The chamois passed calmly over the snow fields as Rudy pressed on. The thick mists enshrouded him, and suddenly he found himself on the brink of a steep rock precipice. Then the rain began to fall in torrents. He felt a burning thirst. His head was hot, and his limbs were cold. He reached for his hunting flask, but found it was empty. He had not given it a thought when he rushed away up the mountain. He had never been sick in his life, but now he suddenly felt that he was ill. He felt exhausted and wanted only to lie down and sleep. But the rain was streaming down around him. He tried to pull himself out of it, but every object seemed to dance strangely before his eyes. Suddenly, he became aware of something he had never before seen in that place. A small, newly built hut leaning against the rock. And in the doorway stood a young girl. First, he thought she was the schoolmaster's daughter, Annette, whom he had once kissed while dancing with her. But she wasn't Annette. But he was sure he had seen her before, perhaps near Grindelwald, the evening he went home from the Interlaken shooting matches. "How did you get here?" he asked. "I'm home," she said, "watching my flocks." "Your flocks? Where do they find grass? There's nothing here but snow and rocks." "You know a lot about it," she said, and laughed. "A little way down behind here is a very nice pasture where my goats go. I take good care of them and never lose one. What's mine is mine." "You're very brave," said Rudy. "And so are you," she answered. "If you have any milk, please give me some. I have a terrible thirst." "I have something much better than milk," she replied. "And you may have some. Yesterday, some travelers came here with guides and left half a flask of wine behind them, such wine as you have never tasted. They won't come back for it, and I don't drink it, so you may have it." She brought the wine, poured some into a wooden goblet, and gave it to Rudy. "That's fine," he said. "I have never tasted a wine so warming and reviving." His eyes sparkled with life. A glowing thrill of happiness swept over him, as if every sorrow and vexation had vanished from his mind. A carefree feeling awoke in him. "But surely you are Annette, the schoolmaster's daughter," he exclaimed. "Give me a kiss." "Yes, but first give me that pretty ring you're wearing on your finger." "My engagement ring?" "Yes, just that ring," said the girl, then refilling the goblet. She held it to his lips, and he drank again. A feeling of joy seemed to flow through his blood. The whole world was his, he seemed to think. So why torture himself? Everything is created for our pleasure and enjoyment. The stream of life is the stream of happiness. Let yourself be carried away on it. That is joy. He looked at the young girl. She was Annette, and and yet not Annette. But still less was she the magical phantom, as he had called the one he had met near Grindelwald. This girl on the mountain was fresh as newly fallen snow, as blooming as an alpine rose, as lively as a young lamb. Yet still she was formed from Adam's rib, a human being like Rudy himself. He flung his arms about her and gazed into her marvelously clear eyes. It was only for a second. But how can that second be expressed or described in words? Was it the life of the soul or the life of death that took possessions of his being? Was he carried up high, or did he sink down into the deep and deathly icy crevasse? Deeper, always deeper. He beheld the ice walls shining like blue-green glass. Bottomless crevasses yawned about him. The waters dripped, sounding like the chimes of bells, and were as clear as a pearl glowing with pale blue flames. Then the Ice Maiden kissed him, a kiss that sent an icy shiver through his whole body. He gave a cry of pain, tore himself away from her, stumbled, and fell. All went dark before his eyes, but he opened them again. The powers of evil had played their game. The alpine girl was gone, and the sheltering hut was gone. Water streamed down on the bare rocks, and snow lay everywhere. Rudy was shivering with cold, soaked through to the skin, and his ring was gone. The engagement ring Babette had given him. His gun lay on the snow beside him, but when he took it up and tried to fire it as a signal, it missed fire. Damp clouds filled the chasm like thick masses of snow. Dizziness sat there, glaring at her helpless prey, while there rang through the deep crevasse beneath her a sound as if a mass of rock had fallen and was crushing and carrying away everything that obstructed its course. Back at the miller's, Babette sat and wept. It was 6 days since Rudy had been there. Rudy, who had been in the wrong, and should ask her pardon, for she loved him with all her heart. At the miller's house. "It's a lot of nonsense with those people," said the parlor cat to the kitchen cat. "It's all off now between Babette and Rudy. She just sits and cries, and he doesn't think about her anymore." "I don't like that," said the kitchen cat. "I don't either," said the parlor cat. "But I'm not going to mourn about it. Babette can take golden whiskers for her sweetheart. He hasn't been here since the night he tried to climb onto the roof." The powers of evil carry out their purposes around us and within us. Rudy understood this and thought about it. What was it that had gone on about him and inside him up there on the mountain? Was it sin or just a feverish dream? He had never known illness or fever before. While he blamed Babette, He also searched his own heart. He remembered the wild tornado, the hot whirlwind that had broken loose in there. Could he confess everything to Babette? Every thought which in that hour of temptation almost brought about his action? He had lost her ring, and by that very loss, she had won him back. Would she be able to confess to him? When his thoughts turned to her, so many memories crowded his mind that he felt that his heart was breaking. He saw her as a laughing, happy child, full of life. The many loving words she had addressed to him from the fullness of her heart gladdened his soul like a ray of light. And soon there was only sunshine there for Babette. However, she would have to confess to him, and he would see that she did so. So he went to the mill, and there was a confession. It began with a kiss, and ended with Rudy's being the sinner. His great fault was that he could have doubted for one moment Babette's faithfulness. That was very wicked of him. Such distrust, such violence, might bring misery to both of them. Yes, that was very true. Babette preached him a little sermon, which pleased her greatly, and which was very becoming to her. But Rudy was right about one thing. The godmother's nephew was a babbler. She'd burn the book he had given her, and wouldn't keep the slightest thing that would remind her of him. "Now that's all over with," said the parlor cat. "Rudy's back again, and they've made up. And they say that's the greatest of happiness." "Last night," said the kitchen cat, "I heard the rats saying that their greatest happiness was to eat candle grease and have plenty of tainted bacon. Which of them should we believe, the lovers or the rats?" "Neither of them," said the parlor cat. "That's always the safest." Rudy's and Babette's greatest happiness was drawing near. The most beautiful day, as they call it, was coming. Their wedding day. But the wedding was not to take place in the church at Beck's, nor in the miller's house. The godmother had asked that the party be held at her house, and that the ceremony be performed in the pretty little church at Montreux. And the miller was very insistent that they should agree to this arrangement, for he alone knew what the godmother intended giving the young couple. Her wedding gift would be well worth such a small concession to her wishes. The day was agreed upon. They would go to Villeneuve the evening before, then proceed to Montreux by boat the next morning, so that the godmother's daughters would have time to dress the bride. "I suppose there'll be a second ceremony in this house," said the parlor cat. "Or else I know I wouldn't give a mew for the whole business." "There's going to be a feast here too," said the kitchen cat. "The ducks have been killed, the pigeons plucked, and a whole deer is hanging on the wall. My mouth waters when I look at all the food. Tomorrow, they start their journey. Yes, tomorrow." That evening, Rudy and Babette sat in the miller's house for the last time as an engaged couple. Outside, the evening glow was on the Alps. The vesper bells were chiming, and the daughters of the sun sang, "That which is best shall come to pass." Visions in the night. The sun had gone down, and the clouds lay low in the valley of the Rhone, between the tall mountains. The wind blew from the south, an African wind. It suddenly sprang up over the high summits like a fauxhon, which swept the clouds away. And when the wind had fallen, everything for a moment was perfectly still. The scattered clouds hung in fantastic shapes between the wooded hills skirting the rushing Rhone. They hung in the shapes of sea monsters of the prehistoric world, of eagles hovering in the air, of frogs leaping in a marsh. They settled down on the swift river and seemed to sail on it, yet they were floating in the air. The current swept along an uprooted pine tree, with the water making circles around it. It was dizziness, and some of her sisters dancing in circles on the foaming stream. The moon lighted up the snow-covered mountain peaks, the dark woods, and the strange white clouds, those visions of the night that seemed to be the powers of nature. The mountain peasant saw them through his window. They sailed past in great numbers before the Ice Maiden, who had come from her glacier palace. She was sitting on a frail boat, the uprooted pine, as the waters from the glacier carried her down the river to the open lake. "The wedding guests are coming," was sung and murmured in the air and in the water. There were visions outside and visions inside, and Babette had a very strange dream. It seemed to her that she had been married to Rudy for many years. He had gone chamois hunting, leaving her at home, and the young Englishman with the golden whiskers was sitting beside her. His eyes were passionate. His words seemed to have a magic power in them. He held out his hand to her, and she was obliged to follow him. They walked away from her home, always downward, and Babette felt a weight in her heart that became heavier every moment. She was committing a sin against Rudy, a sin against God himself, and suddenly she found herself alone. Her dress had been torn to pieces by thorns, and her hair had turned gray. In deep grief, she looked upward and saw Rudy on the edge of a mountainous ridge. She stretched up her arms to him, but dared neither pray nor call out to him, and neither would have been of any avail, for she soon discovered it was not Rudy, but only his cap and shooting jacket hanging on an alpenstock, as hunters often place them to deceive the chamois. In miserable grief, Babette cried, "Oh, if I had only died on my wedding day, the happiest day of my life. Oh Lord, my God, that would have been a blessing. That would have been the best thing that could have happened for me and Rudy. No one knows his future. Then, in godless despair, she hurled herself down into the deep chasm. A thread seemed to break, and the echo of sorrowful tones was heard. Babette awoke. The dream was ended, and although partly forgotten, she knew it had been a frightful one, and that she had dreamed about the young Englishman whom she had not seen or thought of for several months. She wondered if he still was at Montreux, and if she would see him at the wedding. A faint shadow passed over Babette's pretty mouth. Her brows knitted. But soon there came a smile, and the sparkle returned to her eye. The sun was shining brightly outside, and tomorrow was her and Rudy's wedding day. When she came down, he was already in the parlor, and soon they set off for Villeneuve. They were both so happy, and so was the miller. He laughed and joked and was in excellent humor, for he was a kind father and an honest soul. "Now we are the masters of the house," said the parlor cat. The conclusion. It was not yet evening when the three happy people reached Villeneuve and sat down to dinner. The miller settled himself in a comfortable armchair with his pipe and had a little nap. They, young bridal couple, went out of the town, arm in arm, along the highway, under the wooded hills by the side of the deep blue-green lake. The clear water reflected the gray walls and heavy towers of gloomy-looking Chillon. The little island with its 3 acacias seemed quite close, looking like a bouquet lying on the lake. "How lovely it must be over there," said Babette, who again felt a great desire to go to the island. And her desire could be satisfied at once, for a boat was lying near the bank, and it was easy to undo the rope securing it. There was no one around of whom they could ask permission, so they got into the boat anyway. Rudy knew how to use the oars. Like the fins of a fish, the oars divided the water, so pliant and yet so powerful, with a back for carrying and a mouth for swallowing. Gentle, smiling, calmness itself, yet terrible and mighty in destruction. Foamy wake stretched out behind the boat, and in a few minutes they arrived at the little island where they landed. There was just room for the 2 of them to dance. Rudy whirled Babette around 2 or 3 times. Then they sat on the little bench under the drooping acacia and held each other's hands and looked deep into each other's eyes, while the last rays of the setting sun streamed about them. The pine forests on the mountains took on a purplish-red tint like that of blooming heather, and where the trees stopped and the bare rocks began, they glowed as if the mountain itself were transparent. The clouds in the sky glowed a brilliant crimson. The whole lake was like a fresh, blushing rose petal. As the shades of evening gathered, the snow-capped mountains of Savoy turned a dark blue. But the highest summits still shone like red lava, and for a moment reflected their light on the mountains before the vast masses were lost in darkness. It was the alpine glow, and Rudy and Babette thought they had never before seen so magnificent a sight. The snow-covered Dent du Midi glistened like the disk of the full moon when it rises above the horizon. Oh, what beauty! What happiness! Both of them said. Earth can give me no more, said Rudy. An evening like this is like a whole life. How often have I realized my good fortune as I realize it now, and thought that if everything ended for me at once, now I have still had a happy life. What a blessed world this is. One day passes, and a new one, even more beautiful than the other, begins. Our Lord is infinitely good, Babette. I'm so happy, she said. Earth can give me no more, exclaimed Rudy. Then the vesper bells sounded from the Savoy Mountains and the mountains of Switzerland. The dark blue Jura stood up in golden splendor in the west. God give you all that is brightest and best, exclaimed Babette. He will, said Rudy. Tomorrow I shall have that wish. Tomorrow you'll be wholly mine, my own lovely little wife. The boat! Babette suddenly cried, for the boat that was to take them back had broken loose and was drifting away from the island. I'll get it, said Rudy, and he stripped off his coat and boots, plunged into the lake, and swam with vigorous strokes after the boat. The clear blue-green water from the mountain glacier was icy and deep. Rudy looked down into the depths. He took only a single glance, and yet he thought he saw a gold ring trembling, glittering, wavering there. He thought of his lost engagement ring, and the ring became larger and spread out into a glittering circle, within which appeared the clear glacier. Endless, deep chasms yawned about it, and the dropping water tinkled like the sound of bells and glowed with pale blue flames. In a second, he beheld what will take us many long words to describe. Young hunters and young girls, men and women, who had once fallen into the glacier's crevasses, stood there as in life, with open eyes and smiling lips, while far below them arose from buried villages the chimes of church bells. The congregation knelt beneath the church roofs. Icicles made the organ pipes, and the mountain torrents furnished the music. And the Ice Maiden sat on the clear, transparent ground. She stretched herself up toward Rudy and kissed his feet, and there shot through his limbs a deadly chill, like an electric shock. ice and fire. One could not be distinguished from the other in that brief touch. Mine, mine, sounded around him and within him. I kissed you when you were little, kissed you on the mouth. Now I kiss you on your toes and your heels. Now you belong to me. And he disappeared in the clear blue water. All was still. The church bells had ceased their ringing. Their last tones had died away with the glow on the red clouds above. You are mine, there sounded from the depths below. You are mine, resounded from beyond the heights, from infinity itself. How wonderful to pass from love to love, from earth to heaven. A thread seemed to break, and sorrowful tones echoed around. The icy kiss of death had conquered what was mortal. The prelude to the drama of life had ended before the play itself had begun, and discord had resolved itself into harmony. Do you call this a sad story? Poor Babette. For her, it was the hour of anguish. The boat drifted farther and farther away. No one on the mainland knew that the bridal couple had crossed over to the little island. Evening came on. The clouds gathered, and darkness settled down. Alone, despairing and crying, she stood there. A storm broke out. Lightning flashed over the Jura Mountains and over the peaks of Savoy and Switzerland. From all sides came flash after flash, while one peal of thunder followed the other for minutes at a time. One instant, the lightning was so vivid that the surroundings were bright as day. Every single vine stem was as distinct as at high noon. And in the next instant, everything was plunged back into the blackest darkness. The lightning formed circles and zigzagged, then darted into the lake, and the increasing noise of the rolling thunder echoed from the surrounding mountains. On the mainland, the boats had been drawn far up the beach, while all living things sought shelter. And now the rain poured down in torrents. Where can Rudy and Babette be in this terrible storm? Said the miller. Babette sat with folded hands, her head in her lap, utterly worn out by grief, tears, and screams for help. In the deep water, she said to herself, far down there, as if under a glacier, he lies. Then she thought of what Rudy had told her about his mother's death, and of his escape, how he was lifted up out of the cleft of the glacier, almost dead. The Ice Maiden has him again. Then there came a flash of lightning, as dazzling as the rays of the sun on white snow. Babette jumped up. At that moment, the lake rose like a shining glacier. There stood the Ice Maiden, majestic, bluish, pale, glittering, with Rudy's corpse at her feet. Mine, she said. And again, everything was darkness and torrential rain. Horrible, groaned Babette. Ah, why should he die when our day of happiness was so near? Dear God, make me understand. Shed light into my heart. I cannot understand the ways of your almighty power and wisdom. And God enlightened her heart. A memory, a ray of mercy, her dream of the night before, all rushed vividly through her mind. She remembered the words she had spoken, the wish for the best for herself and Rudy. Pity me. Was it the seed of sin in my heart? Was my dream a glimpse into the future, whose course had to be violently changed to save me from guilt? How miserable I am. In the pitch-black night, she sat weeping, and now, in the deep stillness around her, she seemed to hear the last words he had spoken here. Earth can give me no more. They had been spoken in the fullest of joy. They echoed in the depths of great sorrow. A few years have passed since that night. The lake smiles, its shores are smiling. The vines yield luscious grapes. Steamboats with waving pennants glide swiftly by. Pleasure boats with their two sails unfurled skim like white butterflies over the mirrored water. The railway beyond Chillon is open now, leading far into the valley of the Rhone. At every station, strangers get out, studying in their little red guidebooks what sights they should see. They visit Chillon, see the little island with the 3 acacias, and read in their books about a bridal couple who in 1856 rode over to it one evening. How not until the next morning could the bride's despairing cries be heard on the mainland. But the guidebooks tell nothing about Babette's quiet life in her father's house. Not at the mill, for strangers live there now. In the pretty house near the railway station, where many an evening she gazes from her window beyond the chestnut trees to the snowy mountains over which Rudy had loved to range. In the evening hours, she can see the alpine glow. Up there, where the daughters of the sun settle down and sing again their song about the traveler whose coat the whirlwind snatched off, taking it, but not the man himself. There is a rosy glow upon the mountain snowfields. There is a rosy tint in every heart in which lives the thought, God wills what is best for us. But it is not always revealed to us as it was revealed to Babette in her dream. The Psyche. In the fresh morning dawn, in the rosy air, gleams a great star, the brightest star of the morning. His rays tremble on the white wall, as if he wished to write down on it what he can tell, what he has seen there and elsewhere during thousands of years in our rolling world. Let us hear one of his stories. A short time ago, the star's short time ago is called among men centuries ago. My rays followed a young artist. It was in the city of the popes, in the world city, Rome. Much has been changed there in the course of time, but the changes have not come so quickly as the change from youth to old age. Then already the palace of the Caesars was a ruin, as it is now. Fig trees and laurels grew among the fallen marble columns, and in the desolate bathing halls, where the gilding still clings to the wall, the Colosseum was a gigantic ruin. The church bells sounded. The incense sent up its fragrant cloud, and through the streets marched processions with flaming tapers and glowing canopies. Holy Church was there, and art was held as a high and holy thing. In Rome lived the greatest painter in the world, Raphael. There also dwelt the first of sculptors, Michelangelo. Even the Pope paid homage to these two, and honored them with a visit. Art was recognized and honored, and was rewarded also. But for all that, everything great and splendid was not seen and known. In a narrow lane stood an old house. Once it had been a temple. A young sculptor now dwelt there. He was young and quite unknown. He certainly had friends, young artists like himself, young in spirit, young in hopes and thoughts. They told him he was rich in talent and an artist, but that he was foolish for having no faith in his own power, for he always broke what he had fashioned out of clay, and never completed anything. And a work must be completed if it is to be seen and to bring money. "You are a dreamer," they went on to say to him, "and that's your misfortune. But the reason of this is that you have never lived. You have never tasted life. You have never enjoyed it in great wholesome draughts, as it ought to be enjoyed. In youth, one must mingle one's own personality with life, that they may become one. Look at the great Master Raphael, whom the Pope honors and the world admires. He's no despiser of wine and bread. And he even appreciates the baker's daughter, the pretty Fornarina," added Angelo, one of the merriest of the young friends. Yes, they said a good many things of the kind, according to their age and their reason. They wanted to draw the young artist out with them into the merry wild life, the mad life, as it might also be called. And at certain times, he felt an inclination for it. He had warm blood, a strong imagination, and could take part in the merry chat and laugh aloud with the rest. But what they called Raphael's merry life disappeared before him like a vapor when he saw the divine radiance that beamed forth from the pictures of the great master. And when he stood in the Vatican before the forms of beauty which the masters had hewn out of marble thousands of years since, his breast swelled, and he felt within himself something high, something holy, something elevating, great and good. And he wished that he could produce similar forms from the blocks of marble. He wished to make a picture of that which was within him, stirring upward from his heart to the realms of the infinite. But how? And in what form? The soft clay was fashioned under his fingers into forms of beauty. But the next day, he broke what he had fashioned, according to his wont. One day, he walked past one of those rich palaces of which Rome has many to show. He stopped before the great open portal and beheld a garden surrounded by cloistered walks. The garden bloomed with a goodly show of the fairest roses. Great white lilies with green, juicy leaves shot upward from the marble basin in which the clear water was splashing. And a form glided past, the daughter of the princely house, graceful, delicate, and wonderfully fair. Such a form of female loveliness he had never before beheld. Yet stay, he had seen it, painted by Raphael, painted as a Psyche in one of the Roman palaces. Yes, there it had been painted. But here, it passed by him in living reality. The remembrance lived in his thoughts, in his heart. He went home to his humble room and modeled a Psyche of clay. It was the rich, young Roman girl, the noble maiden. And for the first time, he looked at his work with satisfaction. It had a meaning for him, for it was she. And the friends who saw his work shouted aloud for joy. They declared that this work was a manifestation of his artistic power, of which they had long been aware, and that now the world should be made aware of it too. The clay figure was lifelike and beautiful, but it had not the whiteness or the durability of marble. So they declared that the Psyche must henceforth live in marble. He already possessed a costly block of that stone. It had been lying for years, the property of his parents, in the courtyard. Fragments of glass, climbing weeds, and remains of artichokes had gathered about it and sullied its purity. But under the surface, the block was as white as the mountain snow, and from this block the Psyche was to arise. Now, it happened one morning. The bright star tells nothing about this, but we know it occurred, that a noble Roman company came into the narrow lane. The carriage stopped at the top of the lane, and the company proceeded on foot towards the house to inspect the young sculptor's work, for they had heard him spoken of by chance. And who were these distinguished guests? Poor young man, or fortunate young man he might be called. The noble young lady stood in the room and smiled radiantly when her father said to her, "It is your living image." That smile could not be copied, any more than the look could be reproduced, the wonderful look which she cast upon the young artist. It was a fiery look that seemed at once to elevate and to crush him. "The Psyche must be executed in marble," said the wealthy patrician. And those were words of life for the dead clay and the heavy block of marble, and words of life likewise for the deeply moved artist. When the work is finished, I will purchase it, continued the rich noble. A new era seemed to have arisen in the poor studio. Life and cheerfulness gleamed there, and busy industry plied its work. The beaming morning star beheld how the work progressed. The clay itself seemed inspired since she had been there, and molded itself in heightened beauty to a likeness of the well-known features. Now I know what life is, cried the artist rejoicingly. It is love. It is the lofty abandonment of self for the dawning of the beautiful in the soul. What my friends call life and enjoyment is a passing shadow. It is like bubbles among seething dregs, not the pure heavenly wine that consecrates us to life. The marble block was reared in its place. The chisel struck great fragments from it. The measurements were taken. Points and lines were made. The mechanical part was executed, till gradually the stone assumed a human female form, a shape of beauty, and became converted into the Psyche, fair and glorious, a divine being in human shape. The heavy stone appeared as a gliding, dancing, airy Psyche with the heavenly, innocent smile. The smile that had mirrored itself in the soul of the young artist. The star of the roseate dawn beheld and understood what was stirring within the young man, and could read the meaning of the changing color of his cheek, of the light that flashed from his eye as he stood busily working, reproducing what had been put into his soul from above. Thou art a master, like those masters among the ancient Greeks, exclaimed his delighted friends. Soon shall the whole world admire thy Psyche. My Psyche, he repeated. Yes, mine. She must be mine. I too am an artist, like those great men who are gone. Providence has granted me the boon, and has made me the equal of that lady of noble birth. And he knelt down and breathed a prayer of thankfulness to heaven. And then he forgot heaven for her sake, for the sake of her picture in stone, for her Psyche, which stood there as if formed of snow, blushing in the morning dawn. He was to see her in reality, the living, graceful Psyche, whose words sounded like music in his ears. He could now carry the news into the rich palace that the marble Psyche was finished. He betook himself thither, strode through the open courtyard, where the waters ran splashing from the dolphin's jaws into the marble basins, where the snowy lilies and the fresh roses bloomed in abundance. He stepped into the great lofty hall, whose walls and ceilings shone with gilding and bright colors and heraldic devices. Gaily dressed serving men, adorned with trappings like sleigh horses, walked to and fro. and some reclined at their ease upon the carved oak seats, as if they were the masters of the house. He told them what had brought him to the palace, and was conducted up the shining marble staircase, covered with soft carpets and adorned with many a statue. Then he went on through richly furnished chambers, over mosaic floors, amid gorgeous pictures. All this pomp and luxury seemed to weary him, but soon he felt relieved, for the princely old master of the house received him most graciously, almost heartily. And when he took his leave, he was requested to step into the signora's apartment, for she too wished to see him. The servants led him through more luxurious halls and chambers into her room, where she appeared the chief and leading ornament. She spoke to him. No hymn of supplication, no holy chant could melt his soul like the sound of her voice. He took her hand and lifted it to his lips. No rose was softer, but a fur thrilled through him from this rose. A feeling of power came upon him, and words poured from his tongue. He knew not what he said. Does the crater of the volcano know that the glowing lava is pouring from it? He confessed what he felt for her. She stood before him, astonished, offended, proud, with contempt in her face, an expression of disgust, as if she had suddenly touched a cold, unclean reptile. Her cheeks reddened, her lips grew white, and her eyes flashed fire, though they were dark as the blackness of night. "Madman!" she cried. "Away! Begone!" And she turned her back upon him. Her beautiful face wore an expression like that of the stony countenance with the snaky locks. Like a stricken, fainting man, he tottered down the staircase and out into the street. Like a man walking in his sleep, he found his way back to his dwelling. Then he woke up to madness and agony, and seized his hammer, swung it high in the air, and rushed forward to shatter the beautiful marble image. But in his pain, he had not noticed that his friend Angelo stood beside him, and Angelo held back his arm with a strong grasp, crying, "Are you mad? What are you about?" They struggled together. Angelo was the stronger, and, with a deep sigh of exhaustion, the young artist threw himself into a chair. "What has happened?" asked Angelo. "Command yourself. Speak." But what could he say? How could he explain? And as Angelo could make no sense of his friend's incoherent words, he forbore to question him further, and merely said, "Your blood grows thick from your eternal dreaming. Be a man, as all others are, and don't go on living in ideals, for that is what drives men crazy. A jovial feast will make you sleep quietly and happily. Believe me, the time will come when you will be old and your sinews will shrink. And then, on some fine, sunshiny day, when everything is laughing and rejoicing, you will lie there, a faded plant that will grow no more. I do not live in dreams, but in reality. Come with me. Be a man. And he drew the artist away with him. At this moment, he was able to do so, for a fire ran in the blood of the young sculptor. A change had taken place in his soul. He felt a longing to tear from the old, the accustomed, to forget, if possible, his own individuality. And therefore, it was that he followed Angelo. In an out-of-the-way suburb of Rome lay a tavern much visited by artists. It was built on the ruins of some ancient baths. The great yellow citrons hung down among the dark, shining leaves and covered a part of the old, reddish-yellow walls. The tavern consisted of a vaulted chamber, almost like a cavern in the ruins. A lamp burned there before the picture of the Madonna. A great fire gleamed on the hearth, and roasting and boiling was going on there. Without, under the citron trees and laurels, stood a few covered tables. The two artists were received by their friends with shouts of welcome. Little was eaten, but much was drunk, and the spirits of the company rose. Songs were sung, and ditties were played on the guitar. Presently, the saltarello sounded, and the merry dance began. Two young Roman girls, who sat as models to the artists, took part in the dance and in the festivity. Two charming bacchantes were they, certainly not Psyches, not delicate, beautiful roses, but fresh, hearty, glowing carnations. How hot it was on that day! Even after sundown, it was hot. There was fire in the blood, fire in every glance, fire everywhere. The air gleamed with gold and roses, and life seemed like gold and roses. At last you have joined us, for once, said his friends. Now, let yourself be carried by the waves within and around you. So, never yet have I felt so well, so merry, cried the young artist. You are right. You are all of you right. I was a fool, a dreamer. Man belongs to reality, and not to fancy. With songs and with sounding guitars, the young people returned that evening from the tavern through the narrow streets. The two glowing carnations, daughters of the Campagna, went with them. In Angelo's room, among a litter of colored sketches, studies, and glowing pictures, the voices sounded mellower, but not less merrily. On the ground lay many a sketch that resembled the daughters of the Campagna in their fresh, hearty comeliness. But the two originals were far handsomer than their portraits. all the burners of the six-armed lamp flared and flamed, and the human flamed up from within, and appeared in the glare as if it were divine. Apollo, Jupiter, I feel myself raised to our heaven, to your glory. I feel as if the blossom of life were unfolding itself in my veins at this moment. Yes, the blossom unfolded itself, and then burst and fell, and an evil vapor arose from it, blinding the sight, leading astray the fancy. The firework of the senses went out, and it became dark. He was again in his own room. There he sat down on his bed and collected his thoughts. Fie on thee. These were the words that sounded out of his mouth from the depths of his heart. Wretched man, go, be gone. And a deep, painful sigh burst from his bosom. Away, be gone. These, her words, the words of the living Psyche, echoed through his heart, escaped from his lips. He buried his head in the pillows. His thoughts grew confused, and he fell asleep. In the morning dawn, he started up and collected his thoughts anew. What had happened? Had all the past been a dream? The visit to her, the feast at the tavern, the evening with the purple carnations of the Campagna? No, it was all real. A reality he had never before experienced. In the purple air gleamed the bright star, and its beams fell upon him and upon the marble Psyche. He trembled as he looked at that picture of immortality, and his glance seemed impure to him. He threw the cloth over the statue and then touched it once more to unveil the form. But he was not able to look again at his own work. Gloomy, quiet, absorbed in his own thoughts, he sat there through the long day. He heard nothing of what was going on around him, and no man guessed what was passing in this human soul. And days and weeks went by, but the nights passed more slowly than the days. The flashing star beheld him one morning as he rose, pale and trembling with fever, from his sad couch. Then he stepped towards the statue, threw back the covering, took one long, sorrowful gaze at his work, and then, almost sinking beneath the burden, he dragged the statue out into the garden. In that place was an old dry well, now nothing but a hole. Into this he cast the Psyche, threw earth in above her, and covered up the spot with twigs and nettles. Away, be gone. Such was the short epitaph he spoke. The star beheld all this from the pink morning sky, and its beam trembled upon two great tears upon the pale, feverish cheeks of the young man. And soon it was said that he was sick unto death, and he lay stretched upon a bed of pain. The convent Brother Ignatius visited him as a physician and a friend, and brought him words of comfort, of religion, and spoke to him of the peace and happiness of the church, of the sinfulness of man, of rest and mercy to be found in heaven. And the words fell like war sunbeams upon a teeming soil. The soil smoked and sent up clouds of mist. Fantastic pictures, pictures in which there was reality. And from these floating islands, he looked across at human life. He found it vanity and delusion. And vanity and delusion it had been to him. They told him that art was a sorcerer, betraying us to vanity and to earthly lusts, that we are false to ourselves, unfaithful to our friends, unfaithful towards heaven, and that the serpent was always repeating within us, "Eat, and thou shalt become as God." And it appeared to him as if now, for the first time, he knew himself and had found the way that leads to truth and to peace. In the church was the light and the brightness of God. In the monk's cell, he should find the rest through which the tree of human life might grow on into eternity. Brother Ignatius strengthened his longings, and the determination became firm within him. A child of the world became a servant of the church. The young artist renounced the world and retired into the cloister. The brothers came forward affectionately to welcome him, and his inauguration was as a Sunday feast. Heaven seemed to him to dwell in the sunshine of the church and to beam upon him from the holy pictures and from the cross. And when, in the evening, at the sunset hour, he stood in his little cell and, opening the window, looked out upon old Rome, upon the desolated temples and the great dead Colosseum. When he saw all this in its spring garb, when the acacias bloomed and the ivy was fresh, and roses burst forth everywhere, and the citron and orange were in the height of their beauty, and the palm trees waved their branches, then he felt a deeper emotion than had ever yet thrilled through him. The quiet, open Campagna spread itself forth towards the blue, snow-covered mountains, which seemed to be painted in the air, all the outlines melting into each other, breathing peace and beauty, floating, dreaming, and all appearing like a dream. Yes, this world was a dream, and the dream lasts for hours and may return for hours. But convent life is a life of years, long years, and many years. From within comes much that renders men sinful and impure. He fully realized the truth of this. What flames arose up in him at times! What a source of evil! Of that which we would not, welled up continually. He mortified his body, but the evil came from within. One day, after the lapse of many years, he met Angelo, who recognized him. "Man," exclaimed Angelo, "yes, it is thou. Art thou happy now? Thou hast sinned against God, and cast away his boon from thee, hast neglected thy mission in this world. Read the parable of the entrusted talent. The master who spoke that parable spoke the truth. What hast thou gained? What hast thou found? Dost thou not fashion for thyself a religion and a dreamy life after thine own idea, as almost all do? Suppose all this is a dream, a fair delusion. Get thee away from me, Satan, said the monk, and he quitted Angelo. There is a devil, a personal devil. This day I have seen him, said the monk to himself. Once I extended a finger to him, and he took my whole hand. But now, he sighed, the evil is within me, and it is in yonder man, but it does not bow him down. He goes abroad with head erect and enjoys his comfort, and I grasped at comfort in the consolations of religion. If it were nothing but a consolation, supposing everything here were, like the world I have quitted, only a beautiful fancy, a delusion like the beauty of the evening clouds, like the misty blue of the distant hills. When you approach them, they are very different. O eternity! Thou actest like the great calm ocean that beckons us and fills us with expectation. And when we embark upon thee, we sink, disappear, and cease to be. Delusion, away with it, begone. And tearless, but sunk in bitter reflection, he sat upon his hard couch, and then knelt down. Before whom? Before the stone cross fastened to the wall? No, it was only habit that made him take this position. The more deeply he looked into his own heart, the blacker did the darkness seem. Nothing within, nothing without. This life squanderied and cast away. And this thought rolled and grew like a snowball until it seemed to crush him. I can confide my griefs to none. I may speak to none of the gnawing worm within. My secret is my prisoner. If I let the captive escape, I shall be his. And the godlike power that dwelt within him suffered and strove. O Lord, my Lord, he cried in his despair, be merciful and grant me faith. I threw away the gift thou hadst vouchsafed to me. I left my mission unfulfilled. I lacked strength, and strength thou didst not give me. Immortality, the Psyche in my breast, away with it. It shall be buried like that Psyche, the best gleam of my life. Never will it arise out of its grave. The star glowed in the roseate air, the star that shall surely be extinguished and pass away while the soul still lives on. Its trembling beam fell upon the white wall, but it wrote nothing there upon being made perfect in God. Nothing of the hope of mercy, of the reliance on the divine love that thrills through the heart of the believer. The psyche within can never die. Shall it live in consciousness? Can the incomprehensible happen? Yes, yes. My being is incomprehensible. Thou art unfathomable, O Lord. Thy whole world is incomprehensible, a wonder-work of power, of glory, and of love. His eyes gleamed, and then closed in death. The tolling of the church bell was the last sound that echoed above him, above the dead man. And they buried him, covering him with earth that had been brought from Jerusalem, and in which was mingled the dust of many of the pious dead. When years had gone by, his skeleton was dug up, as the skeletons of the monks who had died before him had been. It was clad in a brown frock. A rosary was put into the bony hand, and the form was placed among the ranks of other skeletons in the cloisters of the convent. And the sun shone without, while within the censers were waved, and the Mass was celebrated. And years rolled by. The bones fell asunder and became mingled with others. Skulls were piled up till they formed an outer wall around the church. And there lay also his head in the burning sun, for many dead were there, and no one knew their names, and his name was forgotten also. And see, something was moving in the sunshine, in the sightless, cavernous eyes. What might that be? A sparkling lizard moved about in the skull, gliding in and out through the sightless holes. The lizard now represented all the life left in that head, in which once great thoughts, bright dreams, the love of art and of the glorious had arisen, whence hot tears had rolled down, where hope and immortality had had their being. The lizard sprang away and disappeared, and the skull itself crumbled to pieces and became dust among dust. Centuries passed away. The bright star gleamed unaltered, radiant and large, as it had gleamed for thousands of years. And the air glowed red with tints fresh as roses, crimson like blood. There, where once had stood the narrow lane containing the ruins of the temple, a nunnery was now built. A grave was being dug in the convent garden for a young nun who had died and was to be laid in the earth this morning. The spade struck against a hard substance. It was a stone that shone dazzling white. A block of marble soon appeared. A rounded shoulder was laid bare, and now the spade was plied with a more careful hand, and presently a female head was seen, and butterflies' wings. Out of the grave in which the young nun was to be laid They lifted in the rosy morning a wonderful statue of a Psyche carved in white marble. "How beautiful, how perfect it is," cried the spectators, "a relic of the best period of art." And who could the sculptor have been? No one knew. No one remembered him, except the bright star that had gleamed for thousands of years. The star had seen the course of that life on earth, and knew of the man's trials, of his weakness. In fact, that he had been but human. The man's life had passed away. His dust had been scattered abroad, as dust is destined to be. But the result of his noblest striving, the glorious work that gave token of the divine element within him, the Psyche that never dies, that lives beyond posterity. The brightness even of this earthly Psyche remained here after him, and was seen and acknowledged and appreciated. The bright morning star in the roseate air threw its glancing ray downward upon the Psyche, and upon the radiant countenances of the admiring spectators, who here beheld the image of the soul portrayed in marble. What is earthly will pass away and be forgotten, and the star in the vast firmament knows it. What is heavenly will shine brightly through posterity. And when the ages of posterity are past, the Psyche, the soul, will still live on. The Snail and the Rosebush. Around the quiet garden ran a living hedge of hazelnut bushes, their green leaves whispering softly in the wind. Beyond them stretched the meadows, where cows grazed lazily, and sheep dotted the distant hills like bits of moving cloud. But in the very heart of the garden, where the sun lingered longest, stood a proud rose bush. Every spring, it dressed itself in blossoms, pink and red and white, and filled the air with fragrance. Beneath its branches, on the warm soil, dwelt a snail, who carried not only his house upon his back, but, as he liked to say, his entire world within. "Wait until my time comes," murmured the snail one golden afternoon. "When it does, you'll see wonders beyond mere roses or nuts or milk. I am destined for something greater, something inward, something profound. I shall look forward to it," said the rosebush kindly, shaking her petals in the breeze. "But may I ask, friend snail, when that time shall be?" "I am in no hurry," replied the snail, withdrawing a little into his spiral home. "You roses are always rushing to bloom, to fade, to begin again. There is no wisdom in haste. Depth requires silence and waiting." And so the seasons turned. The next year, when the air grew soft again, the rosebush was once more covered with buds, and beneath it, in almost the same patch of sunlight, lay the snail. He crept halfway out of his shell, stretched his horns toward the light, then pulled them back in again. "Everything is exactly as before," he said with quiet disdain. "The rosebush blooms, the field hums, the sheep bleat. No progress, no elevation, only repetition. What a dull performance life puts on for those who watch too closely." Summer ripened, autumn came, and frost kissed the last blossoms. The rosebush still offered roses until snow buried its roots. The snail, unimpressed, sank into the earth to sleep. Another year dawned, and again the garden awoke. The rosebush sent up new shoots, the dew shone, and the snail reappeared, brushing soil from his shell. "You are growing old now," said the snail. "Soon your time will be over. You have given the world all you can. Roses, roses, and more roses. Has it meant anything? I doubt it. You have done nothing to cultivate your inner being. Surely, if you possessed true depth, you would have created something beyond mere petals. What have you to say for yourself?" "You frighten me," whispered the rosebush. "I have never thought of such things." "Of course you haven't," replied the snail. "You never think at all. You bloom because you must, not because you understand why. Have you ever asked yourself what it means to exist, to blossom, to wither?" "No," said the rosebush softly. "I have only lived. The sun was warm, the air pure. I drank the rain and the dew. I felt life rise within me from the soil and descend upon me from the heavens. Joy overflowed in me, and so I bloomed. That is all I know." The snail gave a slow, superior nod. "You have indeed lived an easy life." "Perhaps," said the rosebush, "yet I am thankful for it. And you who think so deeply, surely you will accomplish great things one day, something that will astonish the world." "I have no wish to astonish the world," the snail said coldly. "The world means nothing to me. I turn inward. I seek truth within myself. Let others concern themselves with giving." "But should we not," asked the rosebush gently, "offer what we can to others? I give my roses freely. Some wither, some are treasured. One of my blossoms once lay pressed in a mother's hymn book. Another rested upon a maiden's heart as she dreamed her first dream of love. And once a child kissed my petals in delight. Those moments live within me. They were my purpose." "Purpose," hissed the snail. "Illusion. The world consumes and forgets. keep your foolish satisfaction. I withdraw from such emptiness. I retire into myself, and there I shall remain. The world is nothing to me. And so he pulled back into his shell and sealed the opening tight. The rosebush sighed softly. "Poor creature," she said. "I cannot hide within myself. I must keep giving, even when the wind tears at my branches. My roses fall, but sometimes they leave behind a memory, and perhaps that is enough." Years slipped quietly by. The rosebush continued to bloom each spring, scattering beauty as naturally as breathing. The snail lay hidden in his shell, wrapped in the pride of his own thoughts, until one day he too returned to the earth. The rosebush followed not long after, its roots fading back into the soil. Time passed, and in that same garden, new rose bushes rose from the ground. New snails crept among the leaves. The roses filled the air with fragrance, and the snails, each in his turn, declared, "The world means nothing to me." And so it was, and so it will always be. Shall we read the story once more? We might, but it will never change. For in every garden, the rose will bloom, the snail will withdraw, and the world will continue exactly as before. The Old Church Bell. In the quiet, pastoral heart of Württemberg in Germany, where the roads are lined with slender acacias that sway in the wind, and the apple and pear trees bow down beneath their jeweled harvest, there lies a little town named Marbach. It rests upon the green banks of the river Neckar, whose silver waters rush swiftly by, past vineyards and ancient watchtowers, past weathered castles and sleepy villages, until at last it finds its way into the mighty Rhine. It was late in autumn. The air was cool and restless. The vine leaves hung heavy and mottled, flushed with red, deep amber, and gold. The sky wept often, and the rain fell in slow, cold curtains across the fields, while a sharp wind came moaning through the naked branches. It was not gentle weather for the poor. The days shortened swiftly, and the gray of dusk lingered like sorrow over the land. Within the little houses, with their narrow windows and steep gables, the light burned faintly. One such house stood at the edge of the road, its walls warped with age, its roof crooked and uneven. To a passerby, it would have seemed mean and humble. Yet within those walls dwelt hearts rich in faith and reverence. It was there, one stormy November evening, that God's blessing came in secret. As the mother labored in pain, the great bell of the church tower began to ring, a bright, festive sound that poured through the wind and the rain like a promise. The chime filled the small dwelling with trembling joy. When, amid those jubilant notes, a son was born, prayer and thanksgiving rose together with the tolling of the bell, until it seemed as though heaven itself were singing. The newborn child opened his eyes, a spark of gold beneath the lamp's dim glow. And the father wrote in the family Bible, "On the 10th of November, 1759, God sent us a son." Later, when the priest baptized him, he added the names John Christopher Frederick. No one in Marbach, no neighbor, no friend, not even the bell that had first rejoiced for him, could have dreamed that this poor child would one day sing the song of the bell itself. The boy grew like the river by which he was born, swift, bright, and deepening with every mile. When he was still small, his parents left Marbach to live in another town. Yet their hearts clung to their old home, and on fair days, the mother would take her son to visit it again. He was then 6 years old, a quiet child with clear blue eyes and hair the color of wheat in sunlight. He could already recite psalms and Bible tales, and in the evenings he sat beside his father, listening to stories from Gellert's Fables or Klopstock's Messiah. His sister, 2 years older, would often weep beside him when their father read of Christ's passion. Tears that burn but purify, as children's tears often do. When they returned to Marbach, the little town seemed unchanged. The crooked house with its pointed gable still stood. The cobbled streets whispered beneath their feet as before. But in the churchyard, new graves had grown where grass once lay. And there, close to the old wall, stood something that made the mother pause. The ancient church bell itself, now cracked and silent, resting low in the grass and nettles. Its voice, which had called to christenings and weddings, tolled for funerals, and warned of fire, had fallen still. The mother told her son how in that very hour, when the bell last sang for joy, he had come into the world. The child listened gravely. He ran his small hand over the cold bronze, bent down, and kissed it, a gesture of innocent reverence that his mother never forgot. Though the bell was broken, its music lived on in the boy's heart. Through the long years of poverty that followed, through hunger, study, and sorrow, he carried its echo within him. The child grew tall and slender, with freckled cheeks and hair of reddish gold. His gaze was bright, curious, and far away, like one who listens to something no one else can hear. He studied hard and rose through the ranks at the military school, where order ruled like iron. There, he wore stiff collars and powdered hair, and was known by the command, "March, halt, front." The days were strict and cold, yet within him the bell still rang. Its old melody murmured through his dreams, through his loneliness, and through the endless drills in the courtyard. Years passed. The bell in Marbach grew rusted, forgotten beneath moss and rain. But the bell within the young man's soul began to sound louder than ever. It sang of freedom, of truth, of man's dignity and courage. It called him to rebel against smallness and fear. When he wrote his first words, pages that trembled with passion, the rhythm of the bell guided his hand. One night, while the capital blazed with festival lights and rockets painted the sky, he wept in secret. His dreams had driven him to flee. Flee from duty, from the barracks, from his homeland. He carried nothing but hope and a few pages of a play called Fiesco. Exhausted, he hid in a poor tavern in a foreign land, where laughter rang and tankards clashed, while he, thin, feverish, and unknown, scribbled verses about liberty and love. Yet even there, in misery, the bell's echo followed him. The old bell, meanwhile, lay silent by the churchyard wall, battered by the years. The wind that swept across the graves seemed to whisper its story, the joy of birth, the music of faith, the stillness of decay. But destiny had not finished its circle. Long after, the bell was sold as scrap metal, hauled away from Marbach, melted in a Bavarian foundry, and forgotten once more. Yet fate weaves its marvels quietly. For in the royal city of Bavaria, when metal was needed to cast a monument to one of Germany's greatest sons, the molten bronze of that very bell was chosen, and far away, in Denmark, in a land of beech woods and burial mounds, another poor boy was born, who wore wooden shoes and carried his father's dinner through the shipyards. That boy, Bertel Thorvaldsen, became the sculptor whose hands shaped immortality. From his clay arose the bronze bust of the man whose name had once been written in a poor man's Bible, John Christopher Friedrich Schiller. When the statue was unveiled in Stuttgart, 100 years had passed since the old bell had rung for the poet's birth. The city was bright with banners, and the air trembled with the sound of bells. One, however, remained silent. The old bell itself, now transformed. Yet the sunlight shone upon its surface, gleaming on the noble brow of Schiller's image. And thus the circle closed. The bell that had once celebrated a poor child's first cry now sang forever in bronze for the immortal poet he became. Its voice had crossed from sound to spirit, from sorrow to song, and from the fleeting to the eternal. The Silver Shilling. There was once a shilling, which came forth from the mint springing and shouting, "Hurrah! Now I am going out into the wide world." And truly, it did go out into the wide world. The children held it with warm hands, the miser with a cold and convulsive grasp, and the old people turned it about, goodness knows how many times, while the young people soon allowed it to roll away from them. The shilling was made of silver. It contained very little copper, and considered itself quite out in the world when it had been circulated for a year in the country in which it had been coined. One day, it really did go out into the world, for it belonged to a gentleman who was about to travel in foreign lands. This gentleman was not aware that the shilling lay at the bottom of his purse when he started, till he one day found it between his fingers. "Why," cried he, "here is a shilling from home. Well, it must go on its travels with me now." And the shilling jumped and rattled for joy when it was put back again into the purse. Here it lay among a number of foreign companions who were always coming and going, one taking the place of another. But the shilling from home was always put back and had to remain in the purse, which was certainly a mark of distinction. Many weeks passed, during which the shilling had traveled a long distance in the purse, without in the least knowing where he was. He had found out that the other coins were French and Italian, and one coin said they were in this town, and another said they were in that. But the shilling was unable to make out or imagine what they meant. A man certainly cannot see much of the world if he is tied up in a bag. And this was really the shilling's fate. But one day, as he was lying in the purse, he noticed that it was not quite closed. And so he slipped near to the opening to have a little peep into society. He certainly had not the least idea of what would follow. But he was curious. And curiosity often brings its own punishment. In his eagerness, he came so near the edge of the purse that he slipped out into the pocket of the trousers. And when, in the evening, the purse was taken out, the shilling was left behind in the corner to which it had fallen. As the clothes were being carried into the hall, the shilling fell out on the floor, unheard and unnoticed by anyone. The next morning, the clothes were taken back to the room. The gentleman put them on and started on his journey again. But the shilling remained behind on the floor. After a time, it was found, and being considered a good coin, was placed with 3 other coins. "Ah," thought the shilling, "this is pleasant. I shall now see the world, become acquainted with other people, and learn other customs." "Do you call that a shilling?" said someone the next moment. "That is not a genuine coin of the country. It is false. It is good for nothing. Now begins the story, as it was afterwards related by the shilling himself. False? Good for nothing, said he. That remark went through and through me like a dagger. I knew that I had a true ring, and that mine was a genuine stamp. These people must at all events be wrong, or they could not mean me. But yes, I was the one they called false and good for nothing. Then I must pay it away in the dark, said the man who had received me. So I was to be got rid of in the darkness, and be again insulted in broad daylight. False, good for nothing. Oh, I must contrive to get lost, thought I, and I trembled between the fingers of the people every time they tried to pass me off slyly as a coin of the country. Ah, unhappy shilling that I was. Of what use were my silver, my stamp, and my real value here, where all these qualities were worthless in the eyes of the world? A man is valued just according to the opinion formed of him. It must be a shocking thing to have a guilty conscience and to be sneaking about on account of wicked deeds. As for me, innocent as I was, I could not help shuddering before their eyes whenever they brought me out, for I knew I should be thrown back again up the table as a false pretender. At length, I was paid away to a poor old woman who received me as wages for a hard day's work. But she could not again get rid of me. No one would take me. I was to the woman a most unlucky shilling. I am positively obliged to pass this shilling to somebody, said she. I cannot, with the best intentions, lay by a bad shilling. The rich baker shall have it. He can bear the loss better than I can. But after all, it is not a right thing to do. Ah, sighed I to myself, am I also to be a burden on the conscience of this poor woman? Am I then, in my old days, so completely changed? The woman offered me to the rich baker, but he knew the current money too well, and as soon as he received me, he threw me almost in the woman's face. She could get no bread for me, and I felt quite grieved to the heart that I should be cause of so much trouble to another, and be treated as a cast-off coin. I, who, in my young days, felt so joyful in the certainty of my own value, and knew so well that I bore a genuine stamp. I was as sorrowful now as a poor shilling can be when nobody will have him. The woman took me home again with her, and looking at me very earnestly, she said, "No, I will not try to deceive anyone with thee again. I will bore a hole through thee, that everyone may know that thou art a false and worthless thing. And yet, why should I do that? Very likely, thou art a lucky shilling. A thought has just struck me that it is so, and I believe it. Yes, I will make a hole in the shilling," said she, and run a string through it, and then give it to my neighbor's little one to hang round her neck as a lucky shilling. So she drilled a hole through me. It is really not at all pleasant to have a hole bored through one, but we can submit to a great deal when it is done with a good intention. A string was drawn through the hole, and I became a kind of medal. They hung me round the neck of a little child, and the child laughed at me and kissed me, and I rested for one whole night on the warm, innocent breast of a child. In the morning, the child's mother took me between her fingers and had certain thoughts about me, which I very soon found out. First, she looked for a pair of scissors and cut the string. "Lucky shilling," said she. "Certainly, this is what I mean to try." Then she laid me in vinegar till I became quite green, and after that she filled up the hole with cement, rubbed me a little to brighten me up, and went out in the twilight hour to the lottery collector to buy herself a ticket with a shilling that should bring luck. How everything seemed to cause me trouble. The lottery collector pressed me so hard that I thought I should crack. I had been called false. I had been thrown away, that I knew. And there were many shillings and coins with inscriptions and stamps of all kinds lying about. I well knew how proud they were, so I avoided them from very shame. With the collector were several men who seemed to have a great deal to do, so I fell unnoticed into a chest among several other coins. Whether the lottery ticket gained a prize, I know not. But this I know, that in a very few days after, I was recognized as a bad shilling and laid aside. Everything that happened seemed always to add to my sorrow. Even if a man has a good character, it is of no use for him to deny what is said of him, for he is not considered an impartial judge of himself. A year passed, and in this way I had been changed from hand to hand, always abused, always looked at with displeasure, and trusted by no one. But I trusted in myself, and had no confidence in the world. Yes, that was a very dark time. At length, one day, I was passed to a traveler, a foreigner, the very same who had brought me away from home. And he was simple and true-hearted enough to take me for current coin. But would he also attempt to pass me? And should I again hear the outcry, "False, good for nothing"? The traveler examined me attentively. "I took thee for good coin," said he. Then suddenly a smile spread all over his face. I have never seen such a smile on any other face as on his. "Now this is singular," said he. "It is a coin from my own country, a good, true shilling from home. Someone has bored a hole through it, and people have no doubt called it false. How curious that it should come into my hands. I will take it home with me to my own house." Joy thrilled through me when I heard this. I had been once more called a good, honest shilling, and I was to go back to my own home, where each and all would recognize me and know that I was made of good silver and bore a true, genuine stamp. I should have been glad in my joy to throw out sparks of fire, but it has never at any time been my nature to sparkle. Steel can do so, but not silver. I was wrapped up in fine, white paper, that I might not mix with the other coins and be lost. And on special occasions, when people from my own country happened to be present, I was brought forward and spoken of very kindly. They said I was very interesting, and it was really quite worthwhile to notice that those who are interesting have often not a single word to say for themselves. At length, I reached home. All my cares were at an end. Joy again overwhelmed me. For was I not good silver? And had I not a genuine stamp? I had no more insults or disappointments to endure, although indeed there was a hole through me, as if I were false. But suspicions are nothing when a man is really true, and everyone should persevere in acting honestly, for and will be made right in time. That is my firm belief, said the shilling. The Metal Pig. In the city of Florence, not far from the Piazza del Granduca, runs a little street called Porta Rossa. In this street, just in front of the marketplace where vegetables are sold, stands a pig, made of brass and curiously formed. The bright color has been changed by age to dark green, but clear, fresh water pours from the snout, which shines as if it had been polished. And so indeed it has, for hundreds of poor people and children seize it in their hands as they place their mouths close to the mouth of the animal to drink. It is quite a picture to see a half-naked boy clasping the well-formed creature by the head as he presses his rosy lips against its jaws. Everyone who visits Florence can very quickly find the place. He has only to ask the first beggar he meets for the metal pig, and he will be told where it is. It was late on a winter evening. The mountains were covered with snow, but the moon shone brightly, and moonlight in Italy is like a dull winter's day in the north. Indeed, it is better, for clear air seems to raise us above the earth, while in the north a cold, gray, leaden sky appears to press us down to earth, even as the cold, damp earth shall one day press on us in the grave. In the garden of the Grand Duke's palace, under the roof of one of the wings, where 1,000 roses bloom in winter, a little ragged boy had been sitting the whole day long. A boy who might serve as a type of Italy, lovely and smiling, and yet still suffering. He was hungry and thirsty, yet no one gave him anything. And when it became dark, and they were about to close the gardens, the porter turned him out. He stood a long time musing on the bridge which crosses the Arno, and looking at the glittering stars reflected in the water which flowed between him and the elegant marble bridge della Trinita. He then walked away towards the metal pig, half knelt down, clasped it with his arms, and then put his mouth to the shining snout and drank deep draughts of the fresh water. Close by lay a few salad leaves and 2 chestnuts, which were to serve for his supper. No one was in the street but himself. It belonged only to him, so he boldly seated himself on the pig's back, leaned forward so that his curly head could rest on the head of the animal, and before he was aware, he fell asleep. It was midnight. The metal pig raised himself gently, and the boy heard him say quite distinctly, "Hold tight, little boy, for I am going to run." And away he started for a most wonderful ride. First, they arrived at the Piazza del Granduca, and the metal horse which bears the Duke's statue neighed aloud. The painted coats of arms on the old council house shone like transparent pictures, and Michelangelo's David tossed his sling. It was as if everything had life. The metallic groups of figures, among which were Perseus and the Rape of the Sabines, looked like living persons, and cries of terror sounded from them all across the noble square. By the Palazzo degli Uffizi, in the arcade, where the nobility assemble for the carnival, the metal pig stopped. "Hold fast," said the animal. "Hold fast, for I am going upstairs." The little boy said not a word. He was half pleased and half afraid. They entered a long gallery where the boy had been before. The walls were resplendent with paintings. Here stood statues and busts, all in a clear light, as if it were day. But the grandest appeared when the door of a side room opened. The little boy could remember what beautiful things he had seen there. But tonight, everything shone in its brightest colors. Here stood the figure of a beautiful woman, as beautifully sculptured as possible by one of the great masters. Her graceful limbs appeared to move. Dolphins sprang at her feet, and immortality shone from her eyes. The world called her the Venus de Medici. By her side were statues in which the spirit of life breathed in stone. Figures of men, one of whom whetted his sword and was named the Grinder. Wrestling gladiators formed another group. The sword had been sharpened for them, and they strove for the goddess of beauty. The boy was dazzled by so much glitter, for the walls were gleaming with bright colors. All appeared living reality. As they passed from hall to hall, beauty everywhere showed itself. And as the metal pig went step by step from one picture to the other, the little boy could see it all plainly. One glory eclipsed another. Yet there was one picture that fixed itself on the little boy's memory, more especially because of the happy children it represented. For these, the little boy had seen in daylight. Many pass this picture by with indifference, and yet it contains a treasure of poetic feeling. It represents Christ descending into Hades. They are not the lost whom the spectator sees, but the heathen of olden times. The Florentine Angiolo Bronzino painted this picture. Most beautiful is the expression on the face of the two children, who appear to have full confidence that they shall reach heaven at last. They are embracing each other, and one little one stretches out his hand towards another who stands below him, and points to himself, as if he were saying, "I am going to heaven." The older people stand as if uncertain, yet hopeful, and they bow in humble adoration to the Lord Jesus. On this picture, the boy's eyes rested longer than on any other. The metal pig stood still before it. A low sigh was heard. Did it come from the picture or from the animal? The boy raised his hands towards the smiling children, and then the pig ran off with him through the open vestibule. "Thank you, you beautiful animal," said the little boy, caressing the metal pig as it ran down the steps. "Thanks to yourself also," replied the metal pig. "I have helped you, and you have helped me, for it is only when I have an innocent child on my back that I receive the power to run. Yes, as you see, I can even venture under the rays of the lamp, in front of the picture of the Madonna, but I may not enter the church, still from without. And while you are upon my back, I may look in through the open door. Do not get down yet, for if you do, then I shall be lifeless, as you have seen me in the Porta Rossa. I will stay with you, my dear creature," said the little boy. So then they went on at a rapid pace through the streets of Florence, till they came to the square before the church of Santa Croce. The folding doors flew open, and light streamed from the altar through the church into the deserted square. A wonderful blaze of light streamed from one of the monuments in the left side aisle, and 1,000 moving stars seemed to form a glory round it. Even the coat of arms on the tombstone shone, and a red ladder on a blue field gleamed like fire. It was the grave of Galileo. The monument is unadorned, but the red ladder is an emblem of art, signifying that the way to glory leads up a shining ladder, on which the prophets of mind rise to heaven, like Elias of old. In the right aisle of the church, every statue on the richly carved sarcophagi seemed endowed with life. Here stood Michelangelo, There Dante, with the laurel wreath round his brow, Alfieri and Machiavelli. For here side by side rest the great men, the pride of Italy. The church itself is very beautiful, even more beautiful than the marble cathedral at Florence, though not so large. It seemed as if the carved vestments stirred, and as if the marble figures they covered raised their heads higher to gaze upon the brightly colored glowing altar where the white-robed boys swung the golden censers amid music and song, while the strong fragrance of incense filled the church and streamed forth into the square. The boy stretched forth his hands towards the light, and at the same moment the metal pig started again so rapidly that he was obliged to cling tightly to him. The wind whistled in his ears. He heard the church door creak on its hinges as it closed, and it seemed to him as if he had lost his senses. Then a cold shudder passed over him, and he awoke. It was morning. The metal pig stood in its old place on the Porta Rossa, and the boy found he had slipped nearly off its back. Fear and trembling came upon him as he thought of his mother. She had sent him out the day before to get some money. He had not done so, and now he was hungry and thirsty. Once more, he clasped the neck of his metal horse, kissed its nose, and nodded farewell to it. Then he wandered away into one of the narrowest streets, where there was scarcely room for a loaded donkey to pass. A great iron-bound door stood ajar. He passed through and climbed up a brick staircase with dirty walls and a rope for a balustrade, till he came to an open gallery hung with rags. From here, a flight of steps led down to a court, where from a well water was drawn up by iron rollers to the different stories of the house, and where the water buckets hung side by side. Sometimes the roller and the bucket danced in the air, splashing the water all over the court. Another broken-down staircase led from the gallery, and two Russian sailors, running down it, almost upset the poor boy. They were coming from their nightly carousal. A woman, not very young, with an unpleasant face and a quantity of black hair, followed them. "What have you brought home?" she asked when she saw the boy. "Don't be angry," he pleaded. "I received nothing. I have nothing at all." And he seized his mother's dress and would have kissed it. Then they went into a little room. I need not describe it, but only say that there stood in it an earthen pot with handles, made for holding fire, which in Italy is called a marito. This pot she took in her lap, warmed her fingers, and pushed the boy with her elbow. "Certainly, you must have some money," she said. The boy began to cry, and then she struck him with her foot till he cried out louder. "Will you be quiet, or I'll break your screaming head." And she swung about the fire pot, which she held in her hand, while the boy crouched to the earth and screamed. Then a neighbor came in, and she had also a marito under her arm. "Felicita," she said, "what are you doing to the child?" "The child is mine," she answered. "I can murder him if I like. And you too, Giannina." And then she swung about the fire pot. The other woman lifted up hers to defend herself, and the two pots clashed together so violently that they were dashed to pieces, and fire and ashes flew about the room. The boy rushed out at the sight, sped across the courtyard, and fled from the house. The poor child ran till he was quite out of breath. At last, he stopped at the church, the doors of which were opened to him the night before, and went in. Here everything was bright, and the boy knelt down by the first tomb on his right, the grave of Michelangelo, and sobbed as if his heart would break. People came and went. Mass was performed, but no one noticed the boy, excepting an elderly citizen who stood still and looked at him for a moment, and then went away like the rest. Hunger and thirst overpowered the child, and he became quite faint and ill. At last, he crept into a corner behind the marble monuments and went to sleep. Towards evening, he was awakened by a pull at his sleeve. He started up, and the same old citizen stood before him. "Are you ill? Where do you live? Have you been here all day?" were some of the questions asked by the old man. After hearing his answers, the old man took him home to a small house close by, in a back street. They entered a glovemaker's shop, where a woman sat sewing busily. A little white poodle, so closely shaven that his pink skin could plainly be seen, frisked about the room and gamboled upon the boy. "Innocent souls are soon intimate," said the woman, as she caressed both the boy and the dog. These good people gave the child food and drink, and said he should stay with them all night, and that the next day the old man, who was called Giuseppe, would go and speak to his mother. A little homely bed was prepared for him, but to him who had so often slept on the hard stones, it was a royal couch, and he slept sweetly and dreamed of the splendid pictures and of the metal pig. Giuseppe went out the next morning, and the poor child was not glad to see him go, for he knew that the old man was gone to his mother, and that perhaps he would have to go back. He wept at the thought, and then he played with the little, lively dog and kissed it, while the old woman looked kindly at him to encourage him. And what news did Giuseppe bring back? At first the boy could not hear, for he talked a great deal to his wife, and she nodded and stroked the boy's cheek. Then she said, He is a good lad. He shall stay with us. He may become a clever glove maker, like you. Look what delicate fingers he has got. Madonna intended him for a glove maker. So the boy stayed with them, and the woman herself taught him to sew. And he ate well, and slept well, and became very merry. But at last he began to tease Bellissima, as the little dog was called. This made the woman angry, and she scolded him and threatened him, which made him very unhappy. And he went and sat in his own room, full of sad thoughts. This chamber looked upon the street, in which hung skins to dry, and there were thick iron bars across his window. That night he lay awake, thinking of the metal pig. Indeed, it was always in his thoughts. Suddenly, he fancied he heard feet outside going pit-a-pat. He sprung out of bed and went to the window. Could it be the metal pig? But there was nothing to be seen. Whatever he had heard had passed already. Next morning, their neighbor, the artist, passed by, carrying a paint box and a large roll of canvas. "Help the gentleman to carry his box of colors," said the woman to the boy. And he obeyed instantly, took the box, and followed the painter. They walked on till they reached the picture gallery, and mounted the same staircase up which he had ridden that night on the metal pig. He remembered all the statues and pictures, the beautiful marble Venus, and again he looked at the Madonna with the Savior and Saint John. They stopped before the picture by Bronzino, in which Christ is represented as standing in the lower world, with the children smiling before him, in the sweet expectation of entering heaven. And the poor boy smiled too, for here was his heaven. "You may go home now," said the painter, while the boy stood watching him till he had set up his easel. "May I see you paint?" asked the boy. "May I see you put the picture on this white canvas?" "I am not going to paint yet," replied the artist. Then he brought out a piece of chalk. His hand moved quickly, and his eye measured the great picture. And though nothing appeared but a faint line, the figure of the Savior was as clearly visible as in the colored picture. "Why don't you go?" said the painter. Then the boy wandered home silently, and seated himself on the table, and learned to sew gloves. But all day long his thoughts were in the picture gallery, and so he pricked his fingers and was awkward. But he did not tease Bellissima. When evening came and the house door stood open, he slipped out. It was a bright, beautiful, starlight evening, but rather cold. Away he went through the already deserted streets, and soon came to the metal pig. He stooped down and kissed its shining nose, and then seated himself on its back. "You happy creature," he said, "how I have longed for you. We must take a ride tonight." But the metal pig lay motionless, while the fresh stream gushed forth from its mouth. The little boy still sat astride on its back. When he felt something pulling at his clothes, he looked down, and there was Bellissima, little smooth-shaven Bellissima, barking as if she would have said, "Here I am too. Why are you sitting there?" A fiery dragon could not have frightened the little boy so much as did the little dog in this place. Bellissima in the street, and not dressed, as the old lady called it. What would be the end of this? The dog never went out in winter, unless she was attired in a little lambskin coat, which had been made for her. It was fastened round the little dog's neck and body with red ribbons, and was decorated with rosette and little bells. The dog looked almost like a little kid when she was allowed to go out in winter and trot after her mistress. And now here she was in the cold and not dressed. Oh, how would it end? All his fancies were quickly put to flight, yet he kissed the metal pig once more, and then took Bellissima in his arms. The poor little thing trembled so with cold that the boy ran homeward as fast as he could. "What are you running away with there?" asked two of the police whom he met, and at whom the dog barked. "Where have you stolen that pretty dog?" they asked, and they took it away from him. "Oh, I have not stolen it. Do give it to me back again," cried the boy despairingly. "If you have not stolen it, you may say at home that they can send to the watch house for the dog." Then they told him where the watch house was, and went away with Bellissima. Here was a dreadful trouble. The boy did not know whether he had better jump into the Arno or go home and confess everything. They would certainly kill him, he thought. Well, I would gladly be killed, he reasoned, for then I shall die and go to heaven. And so he went home, almost hoping for death. The door was locked, and he could not reach the knocker. No one was in the street, so he took up a stone, and with it made a tremendous noise at the door. "Who is there?" asked somebody from within. "It is I," said he. "Bellissima is gone. Open the door, and then kill me." Then indeed, there was a great panic. Madame was so very fond of Bellissima. She immediately looked at the wall where the dog's dress usually hung, and there was the little lambskin. "Bellissima in the watch house," she cried. "You bad boy! How did you entice her out? Poor little delicate thing with those rough policemen. And she'll be frozen with cold." Giuseppe went off at once, while his wife lamented, and the boy wept. Several of the neighbors came in, and amongst them the painter. He took the boy between his knees and questioned him, and, in broken sentences, he soon heard the whole story. and also about the metal pig and the wonderful ride to the picture gallery, which was certainly rather incomprehensible. The painter, however, consoled the little fellow and tried to soften the lady's anger. But she would not be pacified till her husband returned with Bellissima, who had been with the police. Then there was rejoicing, and the painter caressed the boy and gave him a number of pictures. Oh, what beautiful pictures these were! Figures with funny heads, and above all, the metal pig was there too. Oh, nothing could be more delightful. By means of a few strokes, it was made to appear on the paper, and even the house that stood behind it had been sketched in. Oh, if he could only draw and paint. He who could do this could conjure all the world before him. The first leisure moment during the next day, the boy got a pencil, and on the back of one of the other drawings, he attempted to copy the drawing of the metal pig. And he succeeded. Certainly, it was rather crooked, rather up and down, one leg thick and another thin. Still, it was like the copy, and he was overjoyed at what he had done. The pencil would not go quite as it ought. He had found that out. But the next day, he tried again. A second pig was drawn by the side of the first, and this looked 100 times better. And the third attempt was so good that everybody might know what it was meant to represent. And now, the glove-making went on but slowly. The orders given by the shops in the town were not finished quickly, for the metal pig had taught the boy that all objects may be drawn upon paper. And Florence is a picture book in itself for anyone who chooses to turn over its pages. On the Piazza della Trinità stands a slender pillar, and upon it is the goddess of justice, blindfolded, with her scales in her hand. She was soon represented on paper, and it was the glove-maker's boy who placed her there. His collection of pictures increased, but as yet they were only copies of lifeless objects. When one day Bellissima came gambolling before him. "Stand still," cried he, "and I will draw you beautifully to put amongst my collection." But Bellissima would not stand still, so she must be bound fast in one position. He tied her head and tail, but she barked and jumped, and so pulled and tightened the string that she was nearly strangled. And just then, her mistress walked in. "You wicked boy! The poor little creature," was all she could utter. She pushed the boy from her, thrust him away with her foot, called him a most ungrateful, good-for-nothing, wicked boy, and forbade him to enter the house again. Then she wept and kissed her little half-strangled Bellissima. At this moment, the painter entered the room. In the year 1834, there was an exhibition in the Academy of Arts at Florence. 2 pictures placed side by side, attracted a large number of spectators. The smaller of the two represented a little boy sitting at a table, drawing. Before him was a little white poodle, curiously shaven. But as the animal would not stand still, it had been fastened with a string to its head and tail to keep it in one position. The truthfulness and life in this picture interested everyone. The painter was said to be a young Florentine who had been found in the streets when a child by an old glove maker who had brought him up. The boy had taught himself to draw. It was also said that a young artist, now famous, had discovered talent in the child just as he was about to be sent away for having tied up Madame's favorite little dog and using it as a model. The glove maker's boy had also become a great painter, as the picture proved. But the larger picture by its side was a still greater proof of his talent. It represented a handsome boy, clothed in rags, lying asleep, and leaning against the metal pig in the street of the Porta Rossa. All the spectators knew the spot well. The child's arms were round the neck of the pig, and he was in a deep sleep. The lamp before the picture of the Madonna threw a strong, effective light on the pale, delicate face of the child. It was a beautiful picture. A large gilt frame surrounded it, and on one corner of the frame, a laurel wreath had been hung. But a black band twined unseen among the green leaves, and a streamer of crepe hung down from it. For within the last few days, the young artist had died. The bond of friendship. We've recently made a little journey, and already we want to make a longer one. Where? To Sparta, or Mycenae, or Delphi. There are hundreds of places whose names make the heart pound with the love of travel. On horseback, we climb mountain paths through shrubs and brush. A single traveler looks like a whole caravan. He rides in front with his guide. A pack horse carries luggage, tent, and provisions. A couple of soldiers guard the rear for his protection. No inn with soft beds awaits him at the end of a tiring day's journey. Often, the tent is his roof in nature's great wilderness, and the guide cooks him his supper, a pilau of rice, fowl, and curry. Thousands of gnats swarm around the little tent. It is a miserable night. And tomorrow, the route will head across swollen streams. Sit tight on your horse, lest you are washed away. What reward is there for these hardships? The greatest, the richest. Nature reveals herself here in all her glory. Every spot is history. Eye and mind alike are delighted. The poet can sing of it. The painter portray it in splendid pictures, but neither can reproduce the air of reality that sinks deep into the soul of the spectator. and remains there. The lonely herdsman up on the hills could, perhaps, by the simple story of an event in his life, open your eyes, and with a few words let you behold the land of the Hellenes better than any travel book could do. Let him speak, then, about a custom, a beautiful, peculiar custom. The shepherd in the mountains will tell about it. He calls it the bond of friendship, and relates, "Our house was built of clay, but the doorposts were fluted marble pillars found on the spot where the house was built. The roof almost reached the ground. Now it was black-brown and ugly. But when it was new, it was covered with blooming oleander and fresh laurel branches fetched from beyond the mountains. The walks around our house were narrow. Walls of rock rose steeply up, bare and black in color. On top of them, clouds often hung like white living beings. I never heard a bird sing here, and never did the men dance here to the sound of the bagpipe. But the place was sacred from olden times. Its very name reminded of that, for it was called Delphi. The dark, solemn mountains were all covered with snow. The brightest, which gleamed in the red evening sun the longest, was Parnassus. The brook close by our house rushed down from it, and was also sacred long ago. Now the donkey makes it muddy with its feet, but the current rolls on and becomes clear again. How well I remember every spot and its deep, sacred solitude. In the middle of the hut, a fire was lit, and when the hot ashes lay high and glowing, the bread was baked in it. If the snow was piled up high round our hut and almost covered it, then my mother seemed to be her brightest. She would hold my head between her hands, kiss my forehead, and sing the songs she never sang at other times. For our masters, the Turks, did not like them. And she sang, "On the summit of Olympus, in the fir tree forest, lived an old stag. Its eyes were heavy with tears. It wept red, yes, and even green and light blue tears. Then a roebuck came by and said, 'What ails you, that you cry so, that you weep red, green, yes, even light blue tears?' The stag replied, 'The Turk has entered our city. He has fierce dogs for the hunt, a goodly pack. I will drive them away across the islands,' said the young roebuck. 'I will drive them away across the islands into the deep sea.' But before evening, the roebuck was slain, and before nightfall, the stag was hunted and killed. When my mother sang this, her eyes became moist, and a tear hung on the long lashes. But she concealed it and turned our black bread in the ashes. Then I would clench my fists and say, 'We'll kill the Turks.' but she repeated the words of the song. I will drive them across the islands into the deep sea. But before evening, the roebuck was slain, and before nightfall, the stag was hunted and killed. For several days and nights, we had been alone in our hut. And then my father came home. I knew he would bring me seashells from the Gulf of Lepanto, or maybe even a sharp, gleaming knife. But this time, he brought us a child, a naked little girl, whom he had carried under his sheepskin coat. She was wrapped in a fur. But when this was taken off, and she lay in my mother's lap, all that she possessed was 3 silver coins fastened in her dark hair. And father explained to us that the Turks had killed her parents, and told us so much about it that I dreamed about it all night. Father himself had been wounded, and my mother dressed his arm. His wound was deep, and the thick sheepskin was stiff with blood. The little girl was to be my sister. She was so beautiful, with clear, shining eyes. Even my mother's eyes were not gentler than hers. Yes, Anastasia, as they called her, was to be my sister, for her father was united to mine, united in accordance with an old custom we still keep. They had sworn brotherhood in their youth, and had chosen the most beautiful and virtuous girl in the whole country to consecrate their bond of friendship. I had often heard of the queer and beautiful custom. So now the little girl was my sister. She sat in my lap. I brought her flowers and feathers of the field birds. We drank together of the waters of Parnassus and slept head to head beneath the laurel roof of the hut, while many a winter my mother sang of the red, the green, and the light blue tears. But still, I didn't understand. It was my own countrymen whose thousand-fold sorrows were reflected in those tears. One day, 3 Frankish men came, dressed differently than we were. They had their tents and beds packed on horses, and more than 20 Turks, armed with swords and muskets, accompanied them, for they were friends of the Pasha, and carried letters from him. They only came to view our mountains, to climb Parnassus through snow and clouds, and to see the strange, steep, black rocks surrounding our hut. There was no room for them inside our home, nor could they stand the smoke rolling along the ceiling and out at the low door. So they pitched their tents in the narrow clearing outside our house, roasted lambs and birds, and drank strong, sweet wine, which the Turks did not dare to drink. When they left, I went with them for some distance, and my little sister hung in a goat skin on my back. One of the Frankish gentlemen had me stand before a rock and sketched me and her, so lifelike as we stood there, so that we looked like one being. I had never thought of it before, But Anastasia and I were really one person. She was always sitting in my lap or hanging on my back in the goat skin. And when I dreamed, she appeared in my dreams. 2 nights later, other men came to our hut, armed with knives and muskets. They were Albanians. "Brave men," said my mother. They stayed only a short while, wrapping tobacco in strips of paper and smoking it. My sister Anastasia sat on the knees of one of them, and when he was gone, she had only 2 silver coins in her hair instead of 3. The oldest of the men talked about which route they should take. He was not sure. "If I spit upward," he said, "it will fall in my face. If I spit downward, it will fall in my beard." But they had to make a choice, so they went, and my father followed them. And soon afterwards, we heard the sound of shots. The firing increased. Then soldiers rushed into our hut and took my mother, myself, and Anastasia prisoners. The robbers, they said, had stayed with us, and my father had gone with them. Therefore, we had to be taken away. Soon I saw the robbers' corpses, and I saw my father's corpse too, and I cried myself to sleep. When I awoke, we were in prison, but the cell was no worse than the room in our hut. And they gave me onions to eat, and musty wine poured from a tarred sack. But ours at home was no better. I don't know how long we were held prisoners, but many days and nights went by. It was our holy Easter time when we were released. I carried Anastasia on my back, for my mother was ill and could only walk slowly, and it was a long way down to the sea, to the Gulf of Lepanto. We entered a church, magnificent, with pictures on a golden background. They were pictures of angels. Oh, so beautiful. But I thought our little Anastasia was just as beautiful. In the center of the floor was a coffin filled with roses. The Lord Christ is symbolized there as a beautiful rose, said my mother. And then the priest chanted, "Christ is risen." Everybody kissed each other. All the people had lighted tapers in their hands. I received one, and so did little Anastasia. The bagpipes played, men danced hand in hand from the church, and the women outside were roasting the Easter lamb. We were invited to share it. And when I sat by the fire, a boy older than I put his arms around my neck, kissed me, and cried, "Christ is risen." Thus we met for the first time, Aphanides and I. My mother could make fishing nets, which gave her a good income here in the bay. So for a long time, we lived beside the sea, the beautiful sea that tasted like tears, and whose colors reminded me of the song of the weeping stag. For its waters were sometimes red, sometimes green, and then again light blue. Aphanides knew how to guide a boat. and I often sat in it with Anastasia while it glided through the water, like a cloud over the sky. Then, as the sun set and the mountains turned a deeper and deeper blue, one range seemed to rise behind the other, and behind all of them was Parnassus, covered with snow. Its summit gleamed in the evening rays like glowing iron, and it seemed as though the light shone from within it. For long after the sun had set, the mountaintop still glittered in the clear, blue, shimmering air. The white seabirds touched the water's surface with their wings, and indeed, everything here was as calm as among the black rocks at Delphi. I was lying on my back in the boat while Anastasia leaned against my chest, and the stars above shone more brightly than our church lamps. They were the same stars, and they were in exactly the same position above me as when I had sat outside our hut at Delphi, and at last I imagined I was still there. Then there was a splash in the water, and the boat rocked violently. I cried out loud, for Anastasia had fallen overboard. But just as quickly, Aphtanides had leaped in after her, and soon he lifted her up to me. We undressed her, wrung the water out of her clothes, and then dressed her again. Aphtanides did the same for himself. We remained on the water until their clothes were dry, and no one knew about our fright over the little adopted sister in whose life Aphtanides also now had a part. Then it was summer. The sun blazed so fiercely that the leaves on the trees withered. I thought of our cool mountains and their fresh water streams, and my mother longed for them too. So one evening, we journeyed home. How quiet it was, and how peaceful. We walked on through the high thyme, still fragrant, though the sun had dried its leaves. Not a shepherd did we meet, not a single hut did we pass. Everything was quiet and deserted. Only a shooting star told us that in heaven there still was life. I do not know if the clear blue air glowed with its own light, or if the rays came from the stars, but we could plainly make out the outlines of the mountains. My mother lit a fire and roasted the onions she had brought with her. Then my sister and I slept among the thyme, with no fear of the wolf or the jackal, not to mention fear of the ugly, fire-breathing Smidraki, for my mother sat beside us, and this, I believed, was enough. When we reached our old home, we found the hut a heap of ruins and had to build a new one. A couple of women helped my mother, and in a few days the walls were raised and covered with a new roof of oleander. My mother braided many bottle holsters of bark and skins. I tended the priest's little flock, and Anastasia and the little tortoises were my playmates. One day, we had a visit from our dear Aphtanides, who said how much he had longed to see us. He stayed with us for 2 whole days. A month later, he came again, to tell us he was taking a ship for Corfu and Patras, but had to bid us goodbye first. He had brought our mother a large fish. He talked a great deal, not only about the fishermen out in the Gulf of Lepanto, but also of the kings and heroes who had once ruled Greece, just as the Turks rule it now. I have seen a bud on a rose bush develop through the days and weeks into a full, blooming flower before I was even aware how large, beautiful, and blushing it had become. And now I saw the same thing in Anastasia. She was now a beautiful, full-grown girl, and I was a strong youth. I myself had taken from the wolves that fell before my musket the skins that covered my mother's and Anastasia's beds. Years had passed. Then, one evening, Aphtanides returned, strong, brown, and slender as a reed. He kissed us all, and had many stories to tell of the great ocean, the fortifications of Malta, and the strange tombs of Egypt. It all sounded wonderful, like a priestly legend, and I looked at him with a kind of awe. "How much you know," I said. "How well you can tell about it." "But after all, you once told me about the most wonderful thing," he said. "You told me something that has never been out of my thoughts, the grand old custom of the bond of friendship, a custom I want very much to follow. Brother, let us go to church, as your and Anastasia's fathers did before us. Your sister is the most beautiful and innocent of girls. She shall consecrate us. No nation has such beautiful old customs as we Greeks." Anastasia blushed like a fresh rose, and my mother kissed Aphtanides. An hour's walk from our house, where loose earth lies on the rocks, and a few scattered trees give shade, stood the little church, a silver lamp hanging before its altar. I wore my best clothes. The white fustanella fell in rich folds over my hips. The red jacket fitted tight and snug. The tassel on my fez was silver, and in my girdle gleamed my knife and pistols. Aphtanides wore the blue costume of the Greek sailors. On his chest hung a silver medallion with a figure of the Virgin Mary, and his scarf was as costly as those worn by rich men. Everyone could see that we two were going to some ceremony. We entered the little empty church where the evening sunlight, streaming through the door, gleamed on the burning lamp and the colored pictures on the golden background. We knelt on the altar steps, and Anastasia stood before us. A long white garment hung loosely and lightly over her graceful figure. On her white neck and bosom, a chain of old and new coins formed a large collar. Her black hair was fastened in a single knot and held together by a small cap fashioned of gold and silver coins that had been found in the old temples. No Greek girl had more beautiful ornaments than she. Her face beamed, and her eyes were bright as 2 stars. The 3 of us prayed silently, and then she asked us, "Will you be friends in life and in death?" "Yes," we replied. "Will each of you, whatever may happen, remember, my brother is a part of me. My secrets are his secrets. My happiness is his happiness. Self-sacrifice, patience, every virtue in me belongs to him as well as to me." Then she placed our hands together and kissed each of us on the forehead. And again, we prayed silently. Then the priest came through the door behind the altar and blessed the 3 of us. The singing voices of other holy men sounded from behind the altar screen. The bond of eternal friendship was completed. When we arose, I saw that my mother, standing by the church door, was weeping tenderly. How cheerful it was now in our little hut by the springs of Delphi. The evening before his departure, Aphtanides sat with me on the mountainside, his arm around my waist, mine around his neck. We spoke of the suffering of Greece and of the men the country could trust. Every thought of our souls was clear to each of us, and I took his hand. "One thing more you must know. One thing that till this moment only God and I have known. My whole soul is filled with a love stronger than the love I feel for my mother and for you." "And whom do you love?" asked Aphtanides, his face and neck turning red. "I love Anastasia," I said, and then his hand trembled in mine, and he turned pale as a corpse. I saw it and understood, and I also believe my hand trembled. I bent toward him, kissed his brow, and whispered, "I have never told her this. Maybe she doesn't love me. Consider this, brother. I've seen her daily. She has grown up by my side, grown into my soul. And she shall be yours," he said. "Yours. I cannot lie to you, nor will I. I love her too. But tomorrow I go. In a year we shall meet again, and then you will be married, won't you? I have some money of my own. It is yours. You must and shall take it." Silently, we wandered across the mountain. It was late in the evening when we stood at my mother's door. She was not there, but as we entered, Anastasia held the lamp up, gazing at Aphtanides with a sad and beautiful look. "Tomorrow, you're leaving us," she said. "How it saddens me." "Saddens you?" he said. And I thought that in his voice there was a grief as great as my own. I couldn't speak, but he took her hand and said, "Our brother there loves you. Is he dear to you? His silence is the best proof of his love." Anastasia trembled and burst into tears. Then I could see no one but her, think of no one but her. I threw my arms around her and said, "Yes, I love you." She pressed her lips to mine, and her arms slipped around my neck. The lamp had fallen to the ground, and all about us was dark, dark, as in the heart of poor dear Aphtenides. Before daybreak, he got up, kissed us all goodbye, and departed. He had given my mother all his money for us. Anastasia was my betrothed, and a few days later, she became my wife. A rose from Homer's grave. All across the lands of the East, every song and every whisper beneath the moon tells of the eternal love between the nightingale and the rose. In the deep, starlit hours, when the gardens are silent and the air itself seems to listen, the nightingale pours out his heart to the fragrant queen of flowers. His wings tremble with passion as he sings, and his music floats through the jasmine-scented night, tender and sorrowful, like a prayer woven from sound and longing. Not far from ancient Smyrna, where the merchant leads his solemn caravan through the pine-clad paths, their camels bending proud necks under the weight of silks and spices, there stands a hedge of wild roses. The ground there is sacred, touched by the breath of forgotten gods and the footsteps of poets long returned to dust. In those high boughs above the road, a gentle turtle dove makes her dwelling, her feathers glinting in the sun like the inside of a seashell, soft and opaline. And beneath those trees, amidst the fragrance of pine and earth, there blooms a rose more radiant than all her sisters, a blossom of such perfection that even the morning dew seemed unworthy to rest upon her petals. To her, the nightingale sang. Night after night, his song rose like incense into the quiet heavens, songs of love, of hope, of yearning. He sang of the joy that lives only to suffer, of beauty that withers even as it blooms. His melody trembled through the twilight, yet the rose remained still and silent. Not a single dewdrop gathered on her leaves to mirror his sorrow. She stood proud and distant, her fragrance like a queen's perfume, beautiful, untouchable, and cold. At last, when his voice grew faint from unreturned devotion, the rose bent her head toward a small mound of stones beside the path. Her soft voice rustled like wind through petals. "Here," she said, "rests the greatest singer the world has ever known. Over his tomb shall I breathe my perfume, and upon it shall my leaves fall when storms scatter them. He who once sang of Troy became earth, and from that earth I have sprung, I am a rose from the grave of Homer, born of immortal dust. Shall I then open my heart to a nightingale, however sweet his voice? And so the proud flower turned away. The nightingale, hearing her words, sang one last song, a song so pure and full of sorrow that the air itself seemed to tremble. When the final note faded, his little heart broke, and he fell lifeless among the stones. A caravan passed by soon after, merchants with their camels and dark-skinned servants, the bells on the animals tinkling faintly in the still heat. Among them was a child, the son of the camel driver. Seeing the fallen bird, he knelt and cradled it gently in his hands. The boy's eyes were wide with wonder as he laid the songster to rest within the grave of the ancient poet. Then the child went on his way, and the rose trembled in the soft wind, her leaves shivering as though she wept without tears. Evening came. The sun sank behind the mountains, staining the horizon crimson, as if the sky itself had bled. The rose folded her petals close, like hands clasped in prayer, and drifted into a dream. In her dream, the world was golden with sunlight. A group of travelers approached, strangers from faraway lands, who had come on a pilgrimage to honor the grave of Homer. Among them was a minstrel from the north, a land of glaciers and silent forests, where the aurora paints the sky with living light. He bent over the rose, marveling at her beauty, and plucked her carefully. Between the pages of his book, he placed her, whispering, "A rose from the grave of Homer." He carried her across the seas to his distant homeland, where the air was cold and the nights endless. There, in his home of mist and music, he opened his book and gazed at her faded petals with reverence. The rose, though pressed and lifeless, felt his breath upon her and thought she could still hear the faint echo of his words. She faded with grief, dreaming always of her warm Asiatic home, and yet proud to lie between the leaves of a poet's work. Then she awoke from that dream. The dawn wind stirred her petals, and a single drop of dew, clear as a tear, fell upon the mound that held the nightingale's bones. The sun rose higher, casting its fire upon the garden, and once more the rose lifted her head. Never had she been so lovely. The warmth of the morning filled her with a strange peace, as though love and sorrow had both been transformed into light. The day grew long and hot. The air quivered over the stones. And then, footsteps again. Pilgrims, like those she had seen in her vision, came walking softly through the sacred place. Among them was another poet from the distant north. His eyes were kind, and when he saw her, he smiled as though he had found something both holy and familiar. He plucked the rose gently, pressed his lips upon her fragrant heart, and carried her away toward the realm of clouds and northern lights. There she now lies, embalmed between the pages of his Iliad, a fragile relic of the South, a blossom born of Homer's dust. And when he opens the book, his voice murmurs softly, just as she once dreamed. Here is a rose from the grave of Homer, and though no breath stirs her now, though her petals are dry and still, deep within the hush of eternity, the rose still listens, and the nightingale still sings,